everyone, welcome to Soulfest 2021. Thanks for joining us. My name is Jacob Caldwell and I'm the founder of All House Dance Collective. This entire festival was a dream and inspiration from the quote, "After the plague came the Renaissance." Now, Soulfest 2021, it's a 2-day virtual arts event where one day, day one, June 19th, will be completely made out of dance classes, workshops, films, and a podcast. Day two is music. We have a ton of musical performances, DJ sets, and even a meditation, right? So, the purpose of all of this is for us to be able to fundraise for all of the artists associated. Our goal is $3,000. So if you have the opportunity, please donate what you can to gofundme.com/soulfest so that we can pay all of the amazing artists that are associated with this. I'd like to give a special shout out to Chance McGee, Nikki Rayo, and the rest of All House Dance Collective, including all of the artists that are participating today, because it would not have happened without all of you. Now, let's go ahead, let's get on with the program, and let's start off with bachata with myself. Enjoy Soulfest, everyone, and if you have any questions, please reach out to me or Chance McGee, and we'll help guide you through the rest of this. Alright everybody, welcome to my bachata class. So to begin today's dance session, what I want to begin with is the history, influence, and really my own experience with the dance. So to start off with the history of bachata music and the dance, this actually really goes back to the first half of the 20th century. Actually, beginning in the Dominican Republic, this is a very popular social dance that is now really celebrated and thriving today. But back then, bachata was not known as bachata. It was actually known as a genre of music called amargue, which means bittersweet, bluesy rock, really just lovey-dovey music. And the reason why it's known as that is because it's influenced by 3 different dances. And the most important one at that time was bolero. When I think of bolero, I think of Everlasting Nights of Love. Just a whole bunch of ooey gooey, just beautiful music, beautiful movement, but very intentionally slower, right? Son is a little bit of a mix between bolero and merengue. So to give you that perspective of that, merengue is like party music. When I think of merengue, it's like hips everywhere, let's go. It's a party, hey, right? It's just very energetic, very in your face. Think of Pitbull. Pitbull has a whole bunch of merengue music that's very popular today. But more specifically, let's go back to this concept of amargue, right? It's bittersweet. It's got the music of bolero, ooey gooey, merengue, which is like party time, and son, a mix in between. This dance at this time was actually known more to be a dance for what considered at that time a lower class people. However, as soon as merengues began to influence the dance a little bit more in the 50s, 60s, 70s, so on and so forth, this dance became a lot more of a party dance, a social dance, something that was really celebrated by those within the middle class, becoming so popular even that this dance is actually island hopped and really gone all around the entire world. From the Dominican Republic, it's gone all the way over here to the West Coast, over to the East Coast of the United States, even in South America, Africa, Russia, Europe, Asia, Australia, you name it, it's gonna be there because bachata is known now as one of the more popular dances. Sort of like how salsa has really created a revolution around the world. So this dance is a very revolutionary dance in its own sense. And even more so, as we were just discussing, merengue, right? Whole bunch of hips. Bachata is very well known for its exaggerated and embellished hip movements, right? It's got a pop, it goes left to right, it just kind of moves side to side and just really kind of has a whole bunch of fun. So its influence, we're talking a lot about percussion, acoustic guitars, you name it, it's in there, but more importantly, we're talking about the beats. Bachata has what's known as syncopated notes. So a lot of the times when you're seeing people dance bachata, they're playing with the music. So for example, merengue, it's a lot of whole notes, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Whole notes. Whereas bachata has syncopated notes. It'll be like 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, right? And you heard me go in. That's an and note, it's a half note, right? It's a syncopation. So we're gonna be talking about that a little bit later. Now with my experience in bachata, like I said, it's now really transformed into a party social dance full of love and excitement. So whenever I go bachata dancing, whether it's out at a nightclub or let's say even at a studio, really it's a moment for me to really express myself through my hips, but also have a great time dancing with whoever I'm dancing with, right? So let's go ahead and get into more of a demonstration for y'all in part 2. Alrighty, so for part 2, what I want to do is just give a very short demonstration of what bachata music looks like in my body, right? This isn't exactly how the dance is supposed to be danced because it's a social dance, but this is solo bachata. So that was my demonstration. Very short, very simple, but I just want you to think and reflect for a moment. What did you see? There's a whole bunch of hips, a whole bunch of dips, really just me grooving and kind of doing body rolls. And let me tell you, in this dance, you can take this anywhere. But that's really what we're going to be focusing on today. Hips, steps, going side to side, doing some turns, and a whole bunch more. So stay tuned for part 3. Okay, so part 3, we're always going to begin our dance classes with a stretch. So what I want everyone to do, take your arms, put them out in front of you. We're going to go ahead and get our little fingers going and reach up. Put them all the way up. Stretch, stretch, stretch. We're going to go ahead and bring them on down. Now go ahead and put your feet together. Same thing. Hands forward. Twinkle fingers, that's right, that's right. Bring it up. Keep stretching, keep stretching. Now we're going to go straight down. Take your time. Don't worry about whether or not you can reach the floor. That is not important. We're stretching our legs out here with our arms. See, I'm struggling here. I probably could go more if I wanted to, but it's no fun. Do what's comfortable for yourself. Now go ahead and roll up slowly. As slow as possible. Awesome. Now what we're going to go ahead and do is our arms side to side, because there's a whole bunch of arm movements and we just want to make sure our arms are loose. So what we're going to do is take our arms, we're going to flow them side to side like seaweed. 2, 3, 4, seaweed, seaweed. We're in the ocean. Da, da, da. Keep going. One more 8 count. And 5, 6, 7, 8. And hold it there. Very good, very good. Now what we're going to do is we're just going to hop around real quick and get our arms flailing. Go around the room if you want. Get those arms going crazy. Get them real loose, get them real loose. Keep going. And 5, 6, 7, 8, and hold. Very nice. Okay, next one we're going to do is we're just going to do some squats because we have a whole lot of leg action, right? You got to use those hips. So feet about shoulder width apart, whatever you're most comfortable with. And we're just going to do some stretches on the 2. And 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. One more. 6. Hold it there. Drake is in this track. Crazy, right? Bachata music loves to do a whole bunch of remixes, but also crossover into different genres. That's one of the beautiful things about bachata music that you're going to notice in this class today, is we're going to be playing songs and you're like, oh, I know the lyrics to that. Like a bachata Stand By Me, or a bachata PWT, right? Or, yeah. Pretty Young Thing, PYT. But let's go ahead and do our neck stretch, right? We have our calves. Let's go ahead and get our left foot pointing to this wall over here, whatever wall is comfortable for you, just pointing out. And go ahead and take your right foot and just put it back as comfortable as possible. Bounce with it. Boom, 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 boom. I know when y'all see this, it's going to be in the morning. It's nighttime out here in LA right now, so I'm ready to do some bachata dancing. But in addition to that, it's hot as heck out here. So go ahead and put in the chat box, how's the weather? Because it's hot in LA right now. All right. Bring it up. Let's do the other side real quick. Bounce with it, however you feel comfortable. All right. Bring it on up. Very, very good. So right now is a really good opportunity to get a quick water break, okay? Very quick water break. It's going to be like part 3 is just cut in half real quick, so stay tuned for the next part. Alrighty, so we are back from our water break. We're just going to do a very quick neck and shoulder roll, and then we're going to just exercise our toes real quick before we get into the practice and learning of these moves, really some exercises, right? So let's go ahead and begin. You can put your hands on your hips if you'd like, and let's get some shoulder rolls. 5, 6, 7, and roll. Super slow. And roll. Rolling forward. Roll it forward. Roll it forward. And 5, 6, 7, and 8. Hold it there. Now let's go ahead and get some neck rolls. If you want to be extra silly, you can go ahead and get in the squat position and go crazy, right? Well, let's get some neck rolls in. So we're going to go from our right to our left. Keep on rolling. One more roll. We're going to go the other way. And 5, 6, 7, 8, other way. Keep on going. One more. Roll it out. And 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, this is going to be the most challenging stretch of them all. You can go ahead and try your best at this, but what I want us to do is really just take a moment, take our feet, and try to roll them in as much as possible. It's a very kind of dangerous thing. Try to get them scrunched up, right? Get comfortable with the floor, whether it's on the top of your toes, or let's say if we're just trying to get on the ball of our foot and toes, right? We want to stretch out those feet because that's how I like to do my taps and accents within bachata. And we're going to get more into what that means here in a bit. Keep on doing it. Go ahead, one more on top. Crunch it down. Gonna do one more this way. And then let's do that on the other foot. Okay? Let's crunch it. See, this foot's a little bit more tense today than the other one. Super important though, because your feet are going to be feeling great after this bachata dancing. Alright, some more stretching. I decided to move it on to the other side, but you can go ahead and do whatever is most comfortable for you. Alrighty, crunch it on top one more time. Hey! What? Alright, one more time on ball of foot and toes. One more 8 count. 5, 6, 7, 8. Hold it there. Very good. So let's go ahead and move on to the exercise portion of this part 4. Alrighty, so here is part 4. What we're going to be starting off with are some exercises, okay? So as previously mentioned, we do have a lot of influence from merengue, which is whole notes. So let's begin by marching on whole notes because I want to make this class as easy as possible for y'all, right? So starting with placing our left foot down, that's our first step. Number 1, we're going to go march, 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 march for 8 counts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Very good. So you can do it. Let's go ahead and keep doing some more. And a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2 more times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and hold. Very good. So let's go ahead and add some of our accent marks in there, right? Because that's what I was mentioning in the previous part. Now, when I refer to an accent in bachata, that's really a moment in time or a beat which we are embellishing with either a movement or a hold or a wiggle, so on and so forth. So what that means is that on 4 and 8, we're going to do like a hold or keep the foot up, right? So here, I'll demonstrate first. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So notice how on 4 and 8, I'm not marching. I'm just holding my leg up in the air. Or opposite, you can keep it down, just don't change weight. Changing weight really means going from one foot to the other, right? Transitioning into a step. So either hold it or just don't take a step. Let's go ahead and implement that, right? I'm going to do the hold my leg up exercise. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Very good. So now what we need to do is I want to take this and kind of travel around the room, because bachata is a social dance that takes steps, that does a little bit of traveling. It's not considered a traveling dance, but we are moving from one point in the room to another with a partner or by yourself, right? So let's go ahead, starting once again by taking a step onto the left foot. We're going to do this same exercise, but start to travel around the room after 2 counts of 8. Here we go. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Travel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get crazy with it. Hey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold it there. Very good. Now what I want to do is take this same idea, but now we're going to go side to side in what's now known as the bachata basic, or the left to right basic. This is not what was originally danced when bachata first began, but has now become a novelty move that most dance instructors like myself teach to someone as their first bachata move, because it has all of the components that are important to dancing a bachata basic, right? So let's begin. Same idea, but now we're going to go side to side. Let me demonstrate. So taking our first step onto our left foot, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Should be pretty easy, right? Because we're going side to side, not just traveling around the room anymore. Here we go again. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And hold it there. Very good. I did that with a little bit of an accent, right? A tap. So now here's the next challenge, because it's going to be the next addition to this exercise in your knowledge for bachata if you are brand new. If you are more experienced, go ahead and get jiggy with it. Go ahead and have some fun with your hips. Get a little wiggling on, because we are going to get a little bit more complex here in a bit. Next step is adding this tap that you just saw me do, right? So instead of holding our leg up, what we're going to do is just do a tap. Super simple. We're going to just march it out, right? So I'll demonstrate once again. We go 1, 2, 3, tap. 5, 6, 7, tap. And 1, 2, 3, tap. 5, 6, 7, tap. And 1, 2, 3, tap. 5, 6, hold it there. Now if you haven't already started joining in with me, let's go ahead and do it. I'll count us off. 5, 6, 7, 8. Go 1, 2, 3, tap. 5, 6, 7, tap. And 1, 2, 3, tap. 5, 6, one more time. And 1, 2, 3, tap. 5, 6, 7, hold it there. Amazing, wonderful, great job. Now what we need to do is what I call the leaving it behind exercise method, right? We want to make sure that you're going to be leaving that foot behind, just so that, you know, it's not like we're super robotic, right? Because when you're starting off any dance, it's like, okay, I'm a robot, this feels awkward, I don't know what I'm doing, blah, 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 blah. But now you already have the tap, so this is the next step. We're leaving that foot behind. And this is what I mean. Let me demonstrate. Instead of bringing my foot up and tapping, I'm going to leave it there. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, tap. 5, 6, 7, tap. And 1, 2, 3, tap. 5, 6, 7, and tap. Now you might be thinking, Jacob, there is no tap. Tapping is like this, not like this. But trust me when I say this is a dance illusion, right? It's like a pop, it's a beat. This is the exaggerated hip movement. But this is a building block towards that, right? So really what I mean by that in a tap is that we're just almost like, it's like we're squashing a bug on the ground. right? So watch, I'm gonna squash the bug on 4 and 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, squash the bug, and 5, 8. Keep going. Squash the bug on 8, right? And as you can see, when I'm just trying to squash the bug on 4 or 8, it does this hip movement for me, right? It kind of shoots my hip up a little bit. Now, it's not exactly what we're going for, but it is a step further into what we want. So let's try that together, okay? 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, squash. 5, 6, 7, squash. One more time. 2, 3, squash. 5, 6, 7, squash. Great. Good job, everybody. Now, we have one last thing that we're going to do, but once again, we're moving. It's hot in LA, so make sure you get a drink of water. We're going to come back for part 4B, right? We're splitting part 3 and 4 into little half moments. We'll see you in a second. Okay, part 4B. So, what we need to do now is make this a little bit less robotic, and we're going to start to try and implement our hips and our knees. What I want to say about this segment, though, is that this is definitely more challenging. Developing hips that you can actually implement into your dancing takes some time, right? But this is a dance lesson, and I do not expect for you to master this by the end of this, but this is for those of you who may want to go ahead and take it a little bit further. If you're struggling with this, just go back to the previous exercises and implement them in this. But first, we're going to begin with just our knees. Really what I want to say even before this, though, is that this is going to feel really weird, okay? So, starting off with your left knee bending, we're just going to go ahead and bend our knees. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you notice, I'm just bending my knees, but the other one is straight. This is an opposing system that we create in our body. It's like a machine. And this, if you notice, is opening my hips in a certain way, right? So when I go like this, I'm open over here. If I go like this, I'm open over there. And if I go like this, I'm open everywhere, which we don't want. Keep those feet together. So really what we want is just to keep bending the knees in opposition. So yeah, just get used to this, right? It feels really funny and weird. It's almost like we're just doing like a little booty shake, right? But keep on practicing this. We'll do an 8 count. 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Very good job. But now we need to implement this into our dancing. Okay, so this is going to be really weird. You may feel like this completely ruins your bachata basic. Do not worry, it will come more naturally. So whenever we're taking a step in bachata, a lot of times if we want to add a little bit more hip, we want to step on a bent knee. And like I said, if one knee is bent, the other is straight, right? So when I bring this together, opposition. Step, together. Step, together. Step, together. Or the other way, right? Step, together. Step, together. Step, together. The only rule I'm going to give you for this is that you want to step on a bent knee. And at that time, the other leg is straight. Okay, so if we go ahead and do that walking around the room, stepping on a bent knee. It feels really weird. It's like you're this whole other creature, right? It just feels really awkward. One of my favorite things to do is watch people walk like this. It's like you're really trying to put extra hips into everything, right? But you really are actually doing that. You are adding more hip to your movement. So if we were to implement this same idea and technique into our dancing, it's going to go something like this. Let's go back to the left and right basic. It's going to go step, bent knee, together. Step, and then where do you go? Straight. But now we have to go this way, right? So we go step, together, step, straight, step, together, and step, straight, step, together, step, straight. As you can see, when I'm straightening it, I'm actually kind of, the one foot that I'm keeping up, this is the squash the bug stance, right? I love calling it the stance, the squash the bug stance. But really what this is just a moment to add extra hip bump to it. Now, if this is still eluding you of how to do the knees with the hips, all I want you to do is just add a little bit more flavor to your basic, right? So when I dance the basic, it goes like this. 1, 2, 3, pop, 5, 6, 7, straight, right? But if that's still eluding you, which is totally fine because this takes time to develop, you can just go ahead and, like I said, squash the bug. But when you squash the bug, you're gonna like really throw your leg out there into it, right? So squash the bug. It's almost like you're popping up, right? 1, 2, 3, pop, 5, 6, 7, pop. Or 1, 2, 3, pop, 5, 6, 7, a pop. Because in bachata dancing, you want those hips. That's what people are looking for in that dance, right? So now let's get into the most technical part of today's exercise, the extra added hip, hop, and bump. We'll do that very quickly before we move on to the actual patterns, okay? Here we go. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3. This is what it looks like. This is just a demonstration. Pop, 1, 2, 3, pop, 5, 6, 7, pop. As you see, when I'm doing my hips, I'm opening up, but it's always reversing, right? But in this one, it's like a double pop. This is the syncopation as what we were talking about, right? 1, 2, 3, pop. 5, 6, 7, and pop. It's almost like a rather than just whole notes, right? Because this was whole notes that we were doing. Whole notes or whole notes. But now we're talking about syncopation, which is a huge part of bachata as well. So this is a and 1. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll do it real slowly. Here we go. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 5, 6, 7, and 8. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 5, 6, 7, and 8. As you can see, on my end, I'm prepping by opening up my hip over here and squashing the bug, but lifting up this hip over here, right? So even more so, I'll try to at least accentuate my hips so you can see this. Here we go. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 5, 6, 7, and 8. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 5, 6, 7, and 8. So for those of you who are starting to understand what's going on, it's a hip hop, right? We're playing around with the music, and count is a half beat from the whole note, right? So we could count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or we can do 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. You can go ahead and syncopate every single one of those half notes. I like to keep it to right before 4 and 8. So let's go ahead, practice one more time going through that, okay? 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 5, 6, 7, and 8. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 5, 6, 7, and 8. All right. Now that you're starting to get a grip of this, we're going to go ahead and practice this when we are learning the patterns to some bachata. Because now what I'd like to do is show you, I would say, about 5 different patterns, and then we're going to use those patterns to create our own personal choreography. Because whenever I'm teaching patterns to people, they think it has to go into a certain order. That's usually like a routine, right? But no, that's the beauty of social dancing. You get to take all those patterns and just create your own little salad of it, your own little omelet, pizza, whatever food you really like, and just kind of toss them in and out and really make your own choreography. So I will see you back at part 5. All right, everyone, we are at part 5. So now what I would like to do is to take all of the knowledge that we've been building thus far and create 5 different patterns. We're not really creating them. These are actually different patterns and configurations that we use on the floor in many different social dancing communities, or really through different methods and modes of instruction, to teach one how to bachata dance, solo or with a partner. We can talk about partnering in a whole other class, so make sure you stay tuned to All House because we are going to be doing some more bachata in the future. Let's begin. We already have number one, it's our side to side basic, right? So let's review. Taking our first step on our left foot, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the side to side basic. If you're marching, by all means, that's super cool because you are still dancing bachata, right? If you're adding the hips and the knees, good on you because that's super cool. But we need to get going on the next pattern because we're already familiar with that one. Let's talk about the turning basic. The idea is going to ring true for all of these patterns. It goes 1, 2, 3, accent, 5, 6, 7, accent. So instead of going left to right, we're going to spin in a circle, right? So here we go. Starting with our left foot, we're going to go ahead and turn to our right. Okay, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Now, most oftentimes when you're rotating, you can't get as much hip, you can't get as much knee. Knee, really, is what I needed to say. Not too much hip, not too much knee. But what you really need to do is just make sure you're grooving, right? So, once again, starting with the left foot, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Now, this is a pattern where you really have an opportunity to accent it however you want. We've previously done right next to our other foot or out here, right? But in this step, we can go 1, 2, 3, in front, 5, 6, 7, in front. You can go in front or in back. I'm going to recommend in front though, okay? So one more time. Here we go. Count us off. 5, 6, 7, 8. To the right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One more time. Here we go. In 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. To the left. 6, 7, 8. That is going to be pattern B. Side to side, pattern A. Turning in place, pattern B. So what's pattern C? Forward and back. It's super simple. So now instead of going left to right, what we want to do is go forward and backwards. So starting with taking a step on our left foot, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm still accenting as much as I can on 4 and 8 because those are our moments to do so for this class. However, there is another way that you can accent, and I'm only going to add it to this particular move because it's my favorite way to accent this move on the forward and back, is what I like to call the scoop and reach. So on the scoop and reach, we're going to go ahead, start with our left foot, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, scoop, and 5, 6, 7, reach. I'm reaching back with my left foot on the backwards part, and on the front part, I'm scooping forward with my right. So once again, let's go through that. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, scoop. 5, 6, 7, reach. 1, 2, 3, scoop. 5, 6, 7, reach. 1, 2, 3, scoop. 5, 6, 7, reach. All right, everybody, let's do that one more time. We're going to do the scoop and reach. Here we go. Starting with taking a step on our left foot, we go 1, 2, 3, scoop. 5, 6, 7, and reach. 1, 2, 3, scoop. 5, 6, 7, and reach. Let me go ahead and break down the scoop and reach real quick, though, for those who are kind of like, I want to do that, but I have no idea what's going on. I take 3 steps forward. 1, 2, 3. Then I act like I'm kicking a soccer ball. Seriously, that's what I think about every single time. Scoop! And then I take steps back. 5, 6, 7. Then I reach back and point with my left foot. So once again, we go 1, 2, 3. Kick, soccer. 5, 6, 7. Reach. 1, 2, 3. Soccer ball. Ta, ta, ta. Reach. 1, 2, 3. Scoop. 5, 6, 7, 8. Great job. One more time. Let's go through it. If you're kicking the soccer ball and reaching, great. If not, and you just want to go ahead and accent it, we're going to do both. First, I'll do the simple accent. Second, I'll do the soccer ball and reach. Here we go. 5, 6, 7, and 8. Go 1, 2, 3, boom. 5, 6, 7. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Soccer. 5, 6, 7, and reach. Very good. Now, as you can see, we've just figured out a whole new way to embellish our footwork and really add a little bit of extra spice and flavor to our steps, right? So now what I want to do is start taking another one of our patterns and figuring out how can we spice that up some more. We're going to do the left to right basic, but we're going to be turning while we do it. Woo! We love turns. We love turns. Actually, in fact, I used to be terrified of doing turns and dancing, but this dance is one that really boosted my confidence with turns. Okay, so let's review. Left to right basic, it goes 1, 2, 3, tap, 5, 6, 7, tap. But now, for the first 3 counts going this way, we're turning to our left. And on 5, 6, 7, 8, going that way, we're turning right. So here's a demonstration. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3, tap. 5, 6, 7, tap. 1, 2, 3, tap. 5, 6, 7, and tap. And you can tap wherever you want. You can tap right here. 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 You can go anywhere. But do what's most comfortable for you. Sometimes I'm going to be switching my footwork just a little tiny bit. So, once again, let's go ahead and do that. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, tap. 5, 6, 7, and tap. The best way for me to help you if you are struggling with turns is thinking about walls, right? So, when we think turning around, full 360, right? I'm facing 4 different walls. I got this wall, this wall, this wall, and this wall. Now what I have to do, if I want to make it back to this wall in one full turn going this way, I have to make sure I divide the room up, right? So I start off facing this wall. What I'm going to do is in the next 3 steps, I'm going to go ahead and hit my corners, right? So on step 1, I go 1, 2, 3, step, tap. 1, 2, 3, or over there, whatever corner works best for you, and tap. Here we go again. See, we're picking our corners or our walls. For me, I like the corners because it's very central, right? It's right in between where the walls meet. Whatever works for you though, right? Here we go. Once again. Corner, 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 tap. Corner, 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 and tap. Corner, 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 and what? Corner, corner, another one, hey, hey. Right? So imagine, since you're learning a turn while accenting your steps, you might be thinking, oh my gosh, whoa, this is just so much right now. It totally can be. No worries. So, if the turning's too much, go ahead and just do the left and right basic. If the tapping after the turns is too much, go ahead and just do a normal tap or just hold, right? There's different ways that we can accent this now because we have a tool belt of different ways we can hit the accent, right? So, once again, let's go ahead and make sure that we are tapping, squishing the bug, or holding after we turn. That can be the most confusing part of this, right? Is that we still have an accent even after we turn, right? So once again, let's do this. We go first step, second step, third step, accent. First, second, third, huh. First, second, third, bum, bum. First, second, third. What? First, second, third. Whoa. First, second, third. Let's get it. First, second, third. Hey, first, second, third. Let's get it. As you just saw there, I was able to still use all 3 of the different accents. Either this, or hold, or nothing. The creation of movement is necessary with the absence of movement. So even if you're just holding it, it's super cool. No worries. It's still dancing. Let's go ahead and do that one more time because that is going to be the most challenging one that we have. Our 5th pattern is the most fun, most exciting wiggle pattern. We're about to get to that. Let's go ahead and practice this step, okay? This is our turning left to right. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom. 1, 2, 3. Hey, 1, 2, 3. Boom. 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom. You can even get some knees in here, right? 1, 2, 3. Boom. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Very good, very, very good. Okay, so now let's go on to our fifth and final pattern, my favorite, the double wiggle. And some of you might be thinking, what the heck is a double wiggle? It's the easiest step because you are not stepping. You are just wiggling, okay? So a lot of what we've been talking about today is a lot of hips, a lot of knees, a lot of moving our body in opposition. This is commonly known in terminology for dancers out there as contra body movement, because our body is acting like a machine in opposition. This is not only something that will accentuate and stylize your dancing more, but it'll also help you to further connect with your partner when social dancing and being connected, because even this, my partner will feel from the opposition and connection and pressure, not only from my arms, but from my knees. Well, let's get back to the wiggle step. Right? So the wiggle step is seriously this. We wiggle to the left, right, left, right. Left, right, left, right. But it's not like a, let's groove tonight. It's not like disco funky, right? What I like to think of it is it's like I'm going 1, 2, 3. What? 1, 2, 3. I'm doing exactly what I would be doing on the side to side, but in place. Some people like to get real into it. But there's so many different ways you can approach it. Just make sure that you are ending on an 8 and you're going forward into your next pattern if you're a beginner, because you can get lost in the syncopation, let me tell you. So let's go ahead and figure out the wiggle, right? I go 1 wiggle, 2 wiggle, 3 wiggle, pop, 1 wiggle, 2 wiggle, 3 wiggle, pop. Looks like this. 1, 2, 3, pop. 1, 2, 3, pop. I like to think of my hips in this moment too, if you're struggling to think about, okay, what are my hips doing? Because I'm opening up, but it doesn't feel as fluid. It's like I'm doing a figure 8, right? So you'll notice how my hips do a figure 8 when I do this. 1, 2, 3, pop. 1, 2, 3, pop. Okay? For those of you who are struggling to connect knees to the hips, do not fret. Just go ahead and get to the let's groove tonight, right? Or do something that's just making you feel like you're grooving. Because any form of dancing is right dancing in your own body for this class, okay? So let's go ahead and do the wiggle step one more time, and then we're gonna combine these patterns to create our own choreography. All right, wiggle step in 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Very good. Now, one last thing before we move on to part 6. I believe it's part 6. We are going to talk about exactly where your feet should be in this pattern. I've seen people do it like this. 1, 2, 3, pop. 1, 2, 3, pop. But if this is new to you, make sure you have a nice shoulder width apart, because it gives you enough room to really figure out where your hips go in this figure 8, right? So, for example, shoulder width apart, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, squash the bug, and 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, squash the bug. Very good, everybody, very good. Let's go ahead and move into part 6. All right, everybody, part 6, here we go. So now what we're gonna do is just review all the patterns we just learned. So, pattern A, side to side. 2, 3, tap, 5, 6, 7, tap. One more time. Pattern A, side to side. 1, 2, 3, tap, 5, 6, 7, and tap. Pattern B, we're turning in place. Here we go. We go 1, 2, 3, squash, 5, 6, 7, squash. One more time. Pattern B, we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, squash, 5, 6, 7, squash. Pattern C, forward and back. So for the simple version of pattern C, we're gonna go forward, 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 squash, back, 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 squash. More advanced version, we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, soccer, 5, 6, 7, point. Let's review those two again. Simple version of C. 1, 2, 3. Squash. I almost forgot. Squash. Advanced version. We go 1, 2, 3. Soccer. 5, 6, 7, and point. You go ahead and do a little, what am I pointing to? Right? However you want to accent it and make your own little style. So that was pattern C, forward and back basic. Now we have D, which is turning down the line, right? Or using your corners, wells, you name it, right? So here we go. Turning, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or if we want to just hold it, we go 1, 2, 3, hold, 5, 6, 7, hold. Or even no movements. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and hold it, right? Very good. Now to our last one. We have pattern E. We are going to be wiggling. Let's see if we can do it on time. 5, 6, 7, 8. Wiggle, 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 pop. Wiggle, 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 pop. Wiggle, 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 pop. Wiggle, 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 pop. One more time. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Very good. Very good, everyone. So now, here's what I want to do. I'm going to turn this down just a little bit. What I would like to do is help you to envision your own choreography. But first, we need to do is combine all those, right? Just be able to get that out of the way. So, we're going to go from A to E. I'll demonstrate. Pattern A. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, B. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. This is C. Here comes D. And E. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Once again, let's go ahead and get that. We'll do it really slow though. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. Squash. 5, 6, 7. Turning. 1, 2, 3. Boom. 5, 6, 7. Boom. 1, 2, 3. Boom. 5, 6, 7. And turn. 1, 2, 3. Boom. 5, 6, 7. Boom. Wiggle. Pop. Wiggle. And pop. Very good. Very good, everyone. We are in a hot and warm environment here in LA. Let me tell you, it is hot out here today. But we're dancing bachata, so we're going to go full out right now, okay? I want everybody to go ahead, get in their brains, to their minds. We're going to do one more practice run through, and then we're going to dance some bachata together, okay? So here we go. I'll count us off. 5, 6, 7, 8. A. Here comes turning. And turning. 8. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now let's do it a little bit faster this time, okay? Here we go. In 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Very good. Okay. Now, let's talk about this. We just went from A to E, right? Well, what if we went from E to A? How does that look different? Don't worry about it. I don't want to expect everyone to dance this right now because this is the one in my own head. We're just going to run through this real quickly so that you can get an idea of what it's like to take your own choreo and just make your own piece. It's super fun, super pretty, just the best time. So now, let's go from E to A. We start with the wiggle. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, turning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we go 1, 2, 3, kick. 5, 6, 7, and turning, and side to side. 5, 6, we're back to the wiggle. 1, 2, 3. So now think to yourself, how different did that look when we went backwards from what we were originally doing? There's different intention, different messages that people can pull from it, different feelings and emotions that you can feel as a dancer in that space. Now, with all of this knowledge, here's what I want for you all to think of and do after this class. If you ever want to dance bachata again, and these are the only patterns that you have, you don't have to go A, B, C, D, E, or E, D, C, B, A. You can go A, E, C, D, B, or you can go A, D, E, B, C, right? You can go and do whatever is most fun for you. But this is exactly what I wanted to provide in this class. Some tools for you to take with you if you ever want to dance bachata in a club, at home, in a studio, wherever, right? So now what I want to do is we're going to go back from our original. We're going to go A through E, and we're going to dance this choreo from side to side to turning, going forward, and a tap, turning, turning, a wiggle, wiggle, and that's it. So you already know that one. We've done this before with each other. So now what we're going to do is we're going to pick a song, and we're going to dance it like 3 to 5 times together, okay? Maybe 3 times, maybe even less. And then we're going to talk a little bit about styling and accent, and then we're going to dance it one last time together, okay, everyone? So, here we go. Go ahead and pick this song. So for everyone that knows, this is Danny D Extreme. This is a song called Your Love Bachata version. So before we actually start getting into this, let's go ahead and take a quick water break. I'm going to make sure we start this from the top, and then we're going to dance it together before we get to some styling, and then dancing it one last time with each other. Alrighty, everybody. We're back in part 6. What we're going to do right now is we're actually going to go ahead and dance our patterns A through E, and we're just going to practice it a couple times. Then talk a little bit about styling, and then dance it with repetition right afterwards. Just keep going on and on and on, okay? So remember A, B, C, D, E. There we go, right? Don't have to do it that fast though. I'll count us off. Here we go. I'll count us off 5, 6, 7, 8. This is a good time for you to practice. 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Very good. Let's do it again. In 5, 6, 7, 8. Los Kardashians. I love that part of the life. Very good. One more time. I'm going to count this whole time for us, okay? Coming up. 5, 6. 5, 6, 7, 8. And squash. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. And 5, 6, 7, 8. And 1, 2, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, hold. Very good, everybody. Very, very good. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to move on to part 7. Just talk really briefly about accenting and styling a little bit further, and then we're going to dance it together. Ready? All right. See you for part 7. Alrighty, y'all. Part 7, let's do this real quick. We're talking about accents. So, you already have some. We have squash, we have High knee, we have pull. We also have heel kick. We also have syncopation some more. So I'll give you some examples. All I'm gonna do is dance for you real quick, and you're gonna see what I'm talking about. 1, 2, 3, nothing. Nothing. High knee. High knee. And squash. And squash. And heel. And heel. And as you're noticing when I'm doing the heel, I can cross my feet in front. I always kind of gear myself this way. But now let's go ahead and talk about some arms. All right, because this is always the most awkward part. What do we do with our arms? Trust me when I say this, I see a lot of people dancing with their feet, but it's like, what do we do with our arms? Just to give you some ballroom experience, we're going to talk about seaweed arms, right? Let's just do the basic. I just imagine my arms are in a bed of seaweed. You can go up, down, left to right, however you want. But those are just some ways and styles you can accent it. If you have some more desire to learn more about what you can do and how to accent, go to bachata, go ahead, send us a DM, let us know in the chat, however you please. And yeah, let's go ahead and get to dancing this together, okay? Great job, everybody. Thank you so much. Okay, ready? Mm-hmm. Part 8. We made it, y'all. We did it. About an hour of bachata, but there is so much more dancing to be had. So let's go ahead and dance this together. This is what I'm thinking. We're going to go from part A through E and repeat, repeat, repeat. Let's get it. I'll count us off. 5, 6, here we go. We'll just do a chill version of bachata right now. And then we'll get it as we keep going. Soccer. Again. Get a little accent and some more. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Have some fun with it. B. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Last time. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, hey! Turn it. Corners. And wiggle it up. Wiggle it up. In 5, 6, 7, hold. Great job, everybody. Thank you so much for joining my class. This was such an amazing time. There is so much more to be had in this festival. We have dance, music, and podcast, films. Let me tell you, you don't want to miss it. So, here's what you need to do. Stick around with us. Have a good time. Right after this, we have a Zoom class with Cindy Eng. If you are able to join us, go ahead and hit the Zoom link that's in the chat box. And we will see you soon, okay? Make sure you donate to the Artist Fund. And we're going to have a great time this weekend. Let's get it.
morning. I'm Cindy Ng from Malaysia. I'm currently based in Salzburg, Austria, and I would like to thank you for joining me in my workshop called Swimming Void. It's a personal research and interest in what I'm doing right now, and I'm still finding many ways to dance with this research. And the class of this workshop will be guided through like improvisation, and then slowly after improvisation we will go to a short combination, which is sort of more my personal style. And don't worry, it's not that hard and it's also not too easy as well, so it's a very moderate kind of level. And I will always give you a modified version if the things is too hard for you to follow. And hope you enjoy my workshop, and let's start. Okay, just mirror me with what I'm doing. This is my right hand and right leg, this is my left hand and left leg. Okay, so there's no confusion when you're looking at the video or you're looking at me in Zoom or anywhere. No confusion. Okay, so now let's start. So like toes in front, heels back, and we're just going to shift our weight to the right and left. Okay, right and left, right and left. I shift my weight. I shift my weight. Okay, now slowly put both feet down, toes front, heels back. Micro bended knee, and you just shift your weight to the right and left and right. Your whole body is relaxed. It's just staggered above your pelvis. Everything is relaxed. Your arms is relaxed. And now slowly use your arms to go to the left and right, left and right and left and right. And just keep on swinging and swing and swing. Like gravity takes you. Swing, 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 and relax. Slowly relax. Okay? And you just keep shifting your weight to the right, to the left, to the right, and to the left. Okay? Just relax, your whole body is relaxed, no tension. And slowly, I will just change myself to the side so you can see what my left arm is doing. Okay? So now, my left arm goes front, and back, and front, and back. It's just like a swinging motion. Okay? It's just a warm-up for your shoulder. And back, and front. No tension. It's just a swing, suspension. Swing, suspension. Swing, suspension. Like gravity take you. Just like gravity happens. Boom, boom. And now we're going to swing our arms to the front. And we go and front. Draw circles. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Last 8. And now we go with the back. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and relax. Relax. Like gravity help you. Gravity will help you do all of your work. You just relax with your arms and there's no tension. Okay? And just let it settle down. Now I turn the other side for you to show my right arm. Okay? So we go swing front and back and front and back. Front, back, front, back, front. And we go swing to the front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Warming out the shoulder. 7, 8. Then go back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And relax. Relax. Just keep on swinging. Relax your arm. No energy. No tension. Waking up your shoulders. And just let it slowly dies down by itself. And when it stops motion, you just feel the heat from your shoulder, elbows, wrists, fingers, and then we come back. Okay, so we warm up the shoulders. Okay? And now we want to warm up the whole spine. What do I mean? The head and the pelvis. There's a spine in between, and it helps you to stay on yourself. So now imagine there's a wall just really right in front, like really close like this, and you just put your head and you do some ripples. Ripples. Ripples of the spine. So you just head forward, nose, chin, chest, tummy, pelvis, and knees. And then go back to center. Again, front and center, front and center, front and center. Your legs are just micro bend the knee, and then it slowly becomes bigger. Now imagine there's also another wall behind you. So that's front and that's the back. So I go front and I go back. So and then from the back I continue back. This still go to the front. So we just make it bigger and back. Your head initiate. Your head go forward and back. It's just a ripple. A very simple ripple. Connects your spine, your head to your pelvis. It's a very important trunk of your whole body. And we just warm it up like a massage. Front and back. Head initiated. Front and back. Okay? Front and back. And now we go back to center. Now our hips go forward first. It's not just the hip, and now it's the hip. Hips go forward. And now the hips goes back. And it's just rippling continuously. Okay? Hips and your head is last. And always remember, there's the front and there's the back. There's the front and there's the back. Okay? Just ripple. It's a warm-up. Waking up the spine. Your hands is relaxed. Your knees is just following what the pelvis and the head is doing. No tension. Breathe through. And slowly, settle it down, reduce. And now we're back. Okay? Now open your legs wide, toes in front, heels back. And bend your knee. Do not drop your knee inside. It looks very painful. If you can do it, it's good, but you want to have a longer dance career, so you have to open it. So knees is always above your toes. Okay? Never, like this, not above your toes. Okay? Above your toes? No, above your toes. Okay? So you keep yourself in this position, you know, like a sumo, where they go like boom and boom. But this time you just stay this way. Your pelvis goes downwards. You have two sit bones if you touch your butt behind, and there's like two bones. That is your sit bone. And both of those sit bone is facing downwards. So it's like you're sitting on the chair. Okay, and remember, knees open. Okay, and from here you just do the same thing. Ripple front and back. Front. Remember, your knees are to the side. Knees to the side. Knees above your toes. Sorry, knees above your toes. Okay, and you just keep on rippling. And reverse. Hips go forward. Boom. Da. Boom. Da. Opening up your hips. Relax your hips. Okay, you can put your hips here and you can just bend it back and push it forward. Bend it back and push it forward. So waking up, okay? And you're always in this position and your core is always engaged. Okay? After that, we slowly reduce it. Reduce. And now we go to the side. The head guides first. We do an infinity from this way and this way. I repeat, this way up, down, up, down, up, down, up. So you see it's like infinity, a sleeping infinity. So the same thing, the head goes down and up, down and up. Your weight is shifted, it's not always in the center, you go to the right and the left. But you follow, your head guides first, your head goes, and then my pelvis goes that way. My weight goes that way, it's because my head brings it that way. Okay? And then it goes left, right, left, right, left. Waking up the body, waking up the spine, left. We go slow, and then slowly we'll go faster and faster. And left, left, right, left, right, left, and slowly. You go slow. If you're a bit dizzy, it's okay. It's normal. And then slowly, when you calm down, your vision will come back. Okay. Find this version. Find this subtleness. Okay. And now slowly close your feet together. Shake it out. Shake it out. Shake it out. Okay, no stress. Relax. Relax. It's just a workshop and it's a 10 a.m. morning class. Relax. Okay? After that, we started with this, no? So, now we engage the hands. We wake up the hands. So I use one hand to show, fingers goes down and up. Fingers goes down and it connects to your elbow, your shoulder, your whole arm. Boom. It's a drawing infinity, like an 8, you draw an 8, like this. So you go down and up, down, up, down, up. Okay? Engage your hands, always your fingers. Your fingers goes first. Fingers goes first. The fingers guide you. Okay, and now we reverse. Shoulders, elbows, hand, fingers is the last. Shoulders, elbows, hand, fingers is the last. Vroom, 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 vroom. Okay? And now slowly relax. Next arm. The right arm. Down and up. Fingers. In and up. Fingers. This one. I really want to see this one. You can see it yourself if you want to see. You have to see this. Boom. It's all connected. Use all of your joints. Vroom. Vroom. Joint 8. Vroom. 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 Vroom, vroom. And now we reverse. Shoulders, elbows, hands, fingers. Shoulders, elbows, wrists, fingers. Shoulders, elbows, wrists, fingers. Vroom, 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 vroom. So we activate the hands, the whole hands. Okay? Now we slowly comes down. We feel a bit heat coming, it's good. Now we go with the legs. I will be at like the sideways just to show my legs goes forward and my toes goes back and my toes go forward. And from here, because of this, I ripple. Boom. 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 So it's just like your toes is the one that brings your head. It's not big, but it's very subtle. And your head always follows. Okay? Boom, boom. And now reverse. Reverse. We just now we go with toes and goes forward. And now we go boom, boom, forward, forward, heels back, arch forward, heels back. Heels back. Okay? And now we change to the other side. From here. Toes back. Toes bring forward. Toes back. Forward. There's a ripple in your spine. It's very, very subtle. You just find the ripple that you did at the start. And it's always by initiate with the legs. Initiate with the legs. Now reverse. Arch. And heels back. Arch, heels back. As I do with the ankle, ankle, heel, ankle, heel, ankle, heel, ankle, heel. Okay, now we are warm. Check it. Now we swim in the space like we sit the spine. Okay? Now we open our legs to the side. I just want the spine. Your leg is rooted to the ground, your hand is relaxed. No hands, okay? Hands is just relaxed and it just follows. I don't use my hands. Not yet. We will do it later. So only the spine. Use your head or your pelvis. You can go pelvic first or you can go head first. Okay? So just simple. Rooted to the ground. You do not move your legs. It's rooted down. So I go head, head, head. Try to draw a circle like you're swimming in a pool, a big pool. And you go 360 degrees. I go my pelvis, and it connects to my hip. My arm is just relaxed. If you see my arm is doing something, it's just following my hips. My hips. My hips are going. My hips. My hip is going. I draw circles. I swim myself in this whole void. I just keep on going and going and going and going. I can repeat if I want to. Just find that ripple in my spine that connects to my hip. Okay? Ripple front. You can always go back to this basic if you get lost. But after you do that, you just go. Go. Head. Hip. Head. Head. Hips. Vroom. Okay, and slowly we add the arms. Arms. But your head leg is still stuck. Arms. Arms, head. Wrist, shoulder. Everything. Use your arms. Your leg is still rooted to the ground. It's all connected to the hips, your head, your spine. Go simple. You can go just simple like this, like what we did. Draw an infinity 8 or anything. Go simple, and then when you can, you go more and more. More. You can use your voice if you want. I just swim around, drawing circles, swimming, pushing, pressing, circular, finding space. Okay, now slowly you add the legs. And slowly move yourself. Drawing circles, connection. Your legs connect to your head, your spine. You can use your spine to move yourself. And your arms just follows. You can cut, suspension, spin. Or you can just spin and spin and spin. Either way, if you get dizzy, it's okay. You can just go small movement if you're dizzy. Slowly. Finally, you slowly feel heat in your body, which is good. Keep moving, drawing circles. Swim in this void. Swim everywhere. Ripple. Helps you. Always go back to the base if you forget. Just a simple ripple with your head on the pelvis. Your hands just swims around. Swimming. Circular motion. You can go down. You can go. You can swim. Ripple. It connects your hand. Just keep on going. Find space. Okay. Now it slowly dies down. Good. Okay, now we go to the next one. Remember this feeling of swimming around the space. Finding circles, finding the ripple in your spine, in your legs, in your arms, in your head. Okay? Just remember this feeling. Now we go to the next one, which is isolation. Because now you're going like blah, and now we're going to home. This one. Okay? So you really have to engage your core for this one, and you have to really sense where you put your body in the space. Okay? So here you go. What does that mean by isolation? Means I move one body part at a time, or two body parts at a time, which is okay, but you have to know where you put it. And once you put it there, you stay there. What do I mean? I put it there, I stay there. I put it there, I stay there. I put it there, I still stay. Stay. One body part at a time, or you can use two. Okay? So you just go like one. So everything is like a robot. So it's just like that. But it's more geometric right now. Just like you're swimming around everywhere, boom boom, we're doing crazy stuff, which is good. And now we just go to like the machine one. We stay. Da, 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 da. And how does it help? Just like imagine you're putting your bodies in the space. And there's an imagination chair, there's a wall I can lean, I can sit down, I can just go to the bathroom, I can kneel. Like imagine, or there's a flower there. I take it, I smell, or I can be like a mermaid, like this. Like, just use your own imagination and play with it. Play in this space. Play in where you are. And it wakes up your body from doing so much of this to thumb, crispy, clean. One at a time. Thumb, 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 thumb. Move. Da, 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 da. So, it's very crispy. You can play with the speed and go 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Play with the speed. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. 1. So play with the speed. You can. I always like to say 1, 1, 1, 1 to make myself remember. I go crispy with my body. So use the voice. The voice will help you. Sing it inside of you. Okay, sing it out. If you don't mind making up your neighbors or anything, go for it. Okay, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Put myself in the space. Try to go to the extremities. And what do I mean by that? That if you can show your flexibility, do it. But in a very safe way. Like, don't injure yourself. And always go for safe. At the same time, you play. Find it. You find the space in you. Da, 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 da. I play with my extremities. Any playtime. You're doing a good job. Just keep on going. Da, da, la, 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 la. Sing. Or you can use another way. Sing your favorite song. What's your favorite jam right now? Hallelujah. Okay? Slowly. And now we combine what we did in the first task, which is the ripple, and now we combine with the isolation. What do I mean? For example, boom, I spin, I swing, I stay, I swim, I stay, stay, swing. So you just play and just move. Finding the swimming motion, and in that swimming motion, you attack. Swim and isolation. Always remember, if you forget, there is the basic. You ripple, ripple. And then from there you fly. If you always forget, the ripple always helps you to find your base. Your base. Okay? Now slowly calm down. And that's it for improvisation. And for the task, and I think we're all warm. And you can have a sip of water to rest. And if you have any questions, feel free to just ask Jacob or House Dance Collective for my email, Instagram, Facebook. I'm always here and I'm very online. And if you have any questions, just say it. Okay, grab some water, breathe. Walk in the space, do not sit down. I really recommend don't sit down. Your heart is beating, walk in the space, breathe. Breathe. If you drink water, drink, but keep on walking. Just breathe, okay? Don't drink too much water, okay? 1 to 2 sips is already good enough. Catch your air. If you didn't open your window, breathe, just move. We're going to the combination, okay? And breathe. I will put some music. I will change the music. Like this is the music that we're going to use for the combination, okay? It's called Falling Ashes from Slow Dive, okay? Falling Ashes from Slow Dive. Slow and dive, it's 2 words, but it's put together. This group, they just put it together. Okay, if you want to put this music on for your background, it's good. If you don't, it's okay, you can use your own jam. But my counting of my combination will be following from this music. And it's a very beautiful music and it's really enriching. And there's a lot of spaces in there for you to play. Okay? So, remember, it's just mirroring from what I'm doing. At the start, I will face at this diagonal on my left diagonal. Okay? My right arm is up here, my left hand is here, and I'm facing this diagonal. My toes, my heels are facing here and back. My whole body is facing this side. Okay? The first movement, we'll put the right shoulder, we swing the right shoulder forward, like this. Okay. When you go up and when you go down, you bend your left knee and your right leg will go backwards. So how do I bend forward? Okay? Again, I swing, I switch and swing my right shoulder front. Right shoulder front, right leg back, okay? And boom. So we continue. When you go front, my fingers goes like, see my fingers, it goes this way. And I go catch, back here. Again, swing forward. My left hand will be here for balance. You can put on your waist. It's also fine. Okay? Swing forward and I continue my movement, my swimming movement. I go front. I draw like an infinity from this way, and I catch. So boom and catch. Once I catch, my whole body is from this diagonal. I change to this diagonal. Toes here, heels back, knees forward. Okay, my whole body face here. From this diagonal, I change to this diagonal. Okay, you have to do all of this at one go. And you really have to make sure your knees is above your toes. Okay, I do not want to see this because the next movement will affect your knee. So if you're in this position, your toes is not facing that way, and once you bend your knee, I do not want to hear a clap sound from your knee because we want to have a longer dance journey in our lives. And we want to go in a healthy and safe way. So toes, front, heels, back, knees above your toes. Okay, I repeat again. Right shoulder down, continue ripple and catch. Whole body here. Okay? The counting. So it's 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, catch 3, hold 4. Okay? Catch 3, hold 4. And I continue. 5, 6, 7, 8. My knees go forward and I go this diagonal, this front and this diagonal. Boom, back. So it's like a ripple. My knees bend and it connects to my pelvis and it goes here and then my head. Clear? I repeat. Hold, catch 3, hold 4. 5, 6, 7. Okay? And your hands and your head is just listening to the body, like what we did at the start. It's listening. So I catch here 3, hold 4, 5, 6, and my head and my chest and my hand is alive. 7. I close myself. Okay? I repeat from the start. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. go that way, okay? We go to the right. And your hand is like catching a doorknob, and you just, this is a doorknob, this is your hand, and you just go this, zoom. Okay, I repeat, I catch, I turn. The same thing, I catch, I turn. Okay? So, 3, hold 4, 5, 6, 7, and I reach this arm. I reach there to catch and turn the doorknob. At the same time, I shift my weight from the left to the right. Okay? 7, 8. I twist the doorknob. Okay? My legs will be up here. If you can, you stay here. If you can't, low is good. No pressure. Okay? And most important thing is, my weight should be on my right leg. Okay? My weight should be on the right leg. From here to here. I want this in one count. 7, 8. Really sharp and crispy. 7, 8. And this, boom, you turn the doorknob and it helps you to balance. This two sides is like, go like this, but now it's like it's this two. Okay, this hand is relaxed. This leg is your right, and this is your left. And it's like you're like this, but your legs replace the arms. Low. You can do it low, as long as you're in balance, okay? So from the top until here. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, hold 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Very good. We do it one more time. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, catch 3, hold 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay? I will continue. 8. From here, I put my legs down. You go with the Michael Jackson. Okay? You know the famous Michael Jackson. Hey! This one. Okay? But with the help of my arms. My arms sustain. No arms. It's very dangerous for the next step. So, from here, I turn the doorknob. 8. I close and I fall on 1. Okay? 4, 7, 8, 1. Boom. Okay? And this time we fall to the floor. What do I mean? We did a lot of shoulder exercise at the start, and now we're going to use it to reach from a falling Michael Jackson to a push-up. Where do I mean? I fall from this diagonal and I want to reach here. Okay? If you're scared, you don't have to put the arms here. You put the arms here. In case if you fall, you still have your arms to save you. So you don't hit your head. It's very painful, especially from the nose. You don't want to have any broken nose here. Okay? So, let's continue. 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4. From here. After you fall, you put it down. Turn to your left shoulder. Turn to your left shoulder. And from here, when you turn to your left shoulder and bend your right leg. Your left arm will be straight out. Your right leg is bent. And your right hand will be in front of your chest. From here, I turn and I place myself like this. You have plenty of time to do this, okay? You have 1 8 to reach to that position. So what do I mean? 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Modified version. From here, modified 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. From here, I just bend down. I slide up to a push-up and I turn. Okay, if you have any shoulder injury, you don't do the falling or don't do the Michael Jackson falling, okay? Follow your own bodies, okay? This is the modified version and you have 1 8 to reach to this position. So, no rush, okay? And when you did the Michael Jackson, try your best not to fall like this. Always fall in this until the end. Until the end. Okay? Until the end, if you can. If you can't, modify version. From then reach, push up, and you turn. Okay? 1 8. After that, we continue. 5 7 8. You go over the rainbow with your hips over your left hand. What do I mean? You use this as an anchor point. and your left shoulder as an anchor point. You lift your hips over the rainbow, which is over your hands, and you arrive in this position. Head facing front, you really have to look front for this, and your left leg will be like your toes is anchor point, and this is up. Okay, I repeat. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And now we continue. Imagine there's a black hole in your core and it just sucks you up. Like that. Or maybe you can imagine someone just punch you and you just go like this. Okay, so what do I mean? From here. Okay, someone just punch. I don't want to go this way, okay? It's not the hips, it's the core. It's the core. Okay? So 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can use your arms, your hand, and your left shoulder to give you a support. Okay? And your knees will just slide in. Okay? If it's painful, you can get knee pads, and if you wear long pants, there's no much tension on your knees actually because your core is using everything. And your most tension is on your left shoulder and your head, okay? Your left side of your head, your left side of your cheek is on the floor. It helps you, and your arms will help you to push. Like this will push you to help you. And it's all a coordination, you go at the same time. And now with the help of the legs will someone push you up. Push your right leg up. So what do I mean? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? Again. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay? So push your legs up, 4, and from here you just put it back down. Put your arms, put both your arms down, and you get up on 6. Okay? Let's go from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 you just get up. Both of your knee. This is upwards. This is facing front. Okay, you just get up. We go from the top until here. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. Hold 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay? We do it one more time. I did the modified version for the Michael Jackson, and now I do the real version for Michael Jackson. Okay? 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. Hold 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay? Okay, I will continue. 6, 6, and then 7. Left hand up, right hand down, elbows together. Then you like crocodile, up. Okay? Now we go to left hand up, right hand down. And your left hand just go forward. Swing to the forward, and we draw a flower. Elbows is touch. Flower. And we reach here. So your right hand will be up, the left hand will be down. I repeat, from here, I just draw a flower with my left hand going front. 7 and 8, I just slide through and catch both of my wrists. Okay? And what happens to my body from here, I just shift to front. So what do I mean by front again? Remember, knees, toes, front, heels, back. Everything is front. From here to here. Okay? Now we coordinate with the arms. Left hand up, right hand down. Left hand swing forward. 7, 8. Again. 7, 8. Okay? We do it from here. 1, 2, 3. Black hole. 5, 6, 7. So when you arrive, you already arrive here. 6, 7, 8. Okay, and then next, can we continue? I will continue, okay? We're almost done. This is the last 8. This is the last 8. We're almost done. And this one, we go very crispy. Like the second isolation task that we did is more crispy. 7, 8. So your left leg, your left heel moves forward. 1. Okay? 1. My body is still forward, okay? 1. My right toes, my right leg moves to the heel. 2. I'm still facing front. My chest, my arms are still front. 3. That's why I change. Again. 7, 8. Left heel. Right leg. My whole chest. Okay? I will continue. From here. Both arms reach up, palms facing up. It's like from here I just open. So my palm is facing up and I grab something with a twist. I grab 2 ropes. Okay? From here, I grab 1 and I grab a rope. And I drop my hip. Okay? 7, 8. Left, right, chest, arms, grab and hip. Okay? Again. 7, 8. Heels, left. Sorry. Okay. 7, 8. Left, right, chest, arms, rope, hip. Okay, last one. It's almost the end. Both elbows goes to your ribs. And when you goes to your ribs, your whole body goes up and goes to your right leg. And by this time, your heels just pops up like this at the same time. So arms, rope, head at the same time. So when I push my elbows into my ribs, when I push my ribs, I change my weight to the right leg and pop my left heel up. Okay, and pop. Okay? Okay, we do it from the crocodile. 7, 8. Left, right, body, arms, ropes, hip, ribs. Okay, the ribs. Okay, and now we go, the exact timing will be 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. I repeat, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. So it's a little bit faster and crispy. I will show you, just look at me what I'm doing. Okay, just see, just look, observe. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Again, I'll show you again. Slow, I'll show you slow. That's the real timing. I want you to do it, but I will do it slow. You will manage, okay? It's not very fast. The more calm you are, the faster you can go. I will do a slower version for you to see. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Okay? Let's do it together. Okay? You do a slow version. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Okay? We're almost the end. This is the end. This is the end. This is the end. Okay? After 4, you just slowly fall. When you go on 4, you just slowly, like like you stack yourself. You know when like the jumbo, is it jungle? I don't know. Like, the blocks. And you put 3 and you put 3 and you put 3 and you put 3 and when you take it out, you put it out, you take it out. I forgot what's the real name in English, but anyway. So it's like you're stacking your body back up. So from here, I stack my body to the original position. Like you have 4 counts, okay? 4 counts. To the original position. Like where we started facing here. Okay? So let's do this. Okay? From the top until here. We will do it slow and I'll do the modified version of Michael Jackson for the people that can't do the Michael Jackson, and I will do the second time the Michael Jackson version for people that wants to try another new technique. Okay? 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, hold 4, 5, 6, 7. Doorknob. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Stepping up. 5, 6, 7, 8. Repeat. 1, 2, 3. Hold 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay? Can we speed up a little bit? I hope there's no question. I'm still here in the video so you can look at me. But let's try. Like we go to like the original version. Okay? I will put the music a little bit louder. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Listen. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2. We go. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. Hold 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, 5, 6, 7. Repeat. 1, 2, 3. Hold 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is it okay? I know the last part will be like very hard. I can repeat the last part again, the crispy part with the music. Okay? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay? We do it again. I'll do a bit slower. Just really listen. We go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Okay? 1, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Okay? One more time. 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Okay? Can we go to the original version? We kind of clear, you know, where. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, sorry, forgot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Again, the fast one. We keep on repeating. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay? We do the whole thing again, like we keep on repeating. I will do the first is the modified version, the second will be the Michael Jackson version. So we repeat twice, okay? Try to always catch the last one. We swing, we drop, and we became crispy. The same thing, put it in, what we did just now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, hold 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, 5, 6. Repeat. 1, 2, 3, hold 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How is everyone? Is it good? Okay? Like we do one last time, and after that we are done with today's workshop. Okay? We repeat twice. Modified version and the Michael Jackson version. I'll do both for you. Choose which one you want to do. Okay? That's the best that works for you. Okay? 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, hold 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, 5, 6. Repeat. 1, 2, 3, hold 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Very good! Thank you so much for joining my workshop. I really hope you have enjoyed and learned something new. I really want to thank Jacob for organizing this and All House Dance Collective for organizing Soul Fest. And please fund us in the GoFund link that you can find on our page. And have a good day and enjoy the rest of the festival. Thank you! Mwah!
Hello, I hope you're having a wonderful day enjoying Soulfest so far. My name is Johanna King and I will be leading today's workshop. I would like to first begin by thanking All House Dance Collective for having me here and putting up this festival and promoting all of the amazing artists, musicians, and dancers that you're going to see over the next 2 days. We ask that you all donate what you can to our GoFundMe, and that is referenced everywhere around this video, this festival, any promotional posts you've seen. And it really supports All House's mission to create free and accessible content. So please share this festival on your social medias, and please promote our Artist Fund as well. And stick around today and tomorrow to see the rest of the art that we've created for you and to see all the other creatives and their work that they have been really excited to show to you. My workshop specifically is about finding movement in space. And that is in whatever space you may be in, whether you're in an apartment, whether you're at home, or in a studio, or outside, where I've actually been doing a lot of my dancing lately. So I'm gonna show you 3 specific ways to find movement in whatever space you're in. And since we're specifically working with sights today, I think that we should begin with a very brief land acknowledgement. I am currently located in California, and I am an uninvited presence on Ramaytush Ohlone land. I've had the privilege of learning a little about the Ramaytush Ohlone people and the ways that they use this land for housing and farming and different ways of migrating through the terrain. If you don't know your local indigenous tribes that were the original settlers of the land that you're in right now, I really encourage you to go look it up. You can find all of that information on native-land.ca. I just think that starting with a land acknowledgement really helps you appreciate the land that you're on and the history that it's brought before you and that it will experience without us in the future. We spend a lot of time living in our spaces, even in our own homes, especially during the pandemic, and that really shapes how we react as well. So I think it's really important to acknowledge where we have been and where we are going and who has been here before us as well. So with all of that talking, I'm sure you want to move. And before we start really moving, we're gonna start with a warm-up or an attunement that I've found really, really helpful to me. It really limbers me up a lot and it gets everything kind of moving, especially when I've been sitting at my computer all day, which is exactly what I've been doing today. So we're gonna start by taking a couple of deep breaths, and you can follow with me. I'm gonna have some music going and hopefully it's relaxing. But you can close your eyes or take a soft gaze to the floor, looking through your computer screen, up to a corner, just wherever you need to be. And we're gonna take an inhale together and exhale. And you can follow my hands or not, but just to narrate, I'm gathering my breath all the way up and holding and exhaling. And you can make this as loud as you want. And you inhale and exhale. Again, inhale, exhale. And as we're breathing, just noticing where we're holding any tension, whether it's in our back bodies, in our jaw, in our neck. Anywhere where there's strain, you don't have to correct it, just notice it. And we'll do 2 more breaths together. We're gonna go in and out. And 1 more big one in and out. Awesome. opening our eyes to a soft gaze before we recenter ourselves. We're gonna do a little bit of tactile touch. So right now I'm just tapping my arms. You can go into your legs, your neck, also your legs, and your feet. Don't forget your feet, we're on them all day. You're gonna mute the ads. And we're gonna tap. You can rub, you can massage, and just all over the face, all over the arms, whatever you need, whichever areas of your body that you need to wake up. I've been typing a lot today, so I feel my hands and my wrists might need a little bit more massage than usual. I know my lower back gets a lot of it, so pay attention to the areas of your body that maybe need a little padding, a little extra care. It can be a rub, it can be a squeeze. Squeezing is great. And also paying attention to what parts of your body are touching the other parts. I have my legs kind of tapping the bottoms of my other legs and my feet. So really get all of your surfaces. And next we're gonna try to get into a really small ball once you feel satisfied with your touching. And we're gonna get into a really small ball. And we're gonna extend out, reaching as far as we can and back in. And out into a new direction, and back in, and out. You can point or flex your toes, and in, but really feel your body reaching the corners of what you can reach. And we're gonna fill that orb, and we're gonna keep moving as we come back in and come out into a new direction. Bring it around and back in. One more, out, really reach, and back in. Perfect. Okay, so head to tail means the top of your head, and then the bottom of your tailbone right here, and we're gonna lead with our head and follow with our tail. Head, tail. And really try to think of your spine and how that entire, this is my head and this is my tail, how that really moves as a unit in your body. You can do a roll, you can go down. Just let your head lead you. Okay, this is supposed to be a little bit of a brain massage. So our next section, just moving along here, is gonna be our upper and our lower bodies. So we're gonna find a nice open position at my feet are about hips width apart. And we're just gonna move our upper body. And try not to move your knees or anything below. So we're gonna be keeping our hips in place and moving our torso, our arms, your neck, your head. It's okay to have rotation in the hips, but try not to really overwork the bottom half of your body. And when you're comfortable with these movements, whenever that may be, you can transition into just your legs. And we're gonna keep our upper body still. And you can kick backwards, you can walk and keep your upper body straight. Right? That's something that we can't do with our top body. And I'm shifting my top body as I move my bottom, but I'm not tilting, right? And once we're comfortable with that, just like the head and tail, we can alternate where we only move our top and we go to our bottom. And that can have some pretty interesting flavors of movement. Right? So I could do that all day, but we have to move on. And we're gonna go to our body half. So imagine an imaginary line on the top of your head, between you. And it's kind of like a puppet, like a marionette. And we're just gonna move half of our body at a time. So this is homolateral movement. And what's really refreshing about it is we don't really move like this all the time. We're so used to walking, you know, cross laterally, that getting to move or only allowing ourselves to move, giving us constraints on our movement, can be really cool and different and helpful to kind of find new movement patterns. So with that, we're gonna go into cross-lateral movement. That's what we're really used to all the time. It's this walking movement that we have. Or we can go to our corners, behind us, in front of us, switch it up. So really allowing that crossing to happen, and also thinking about crossing your midsection with your body as you're moving. So crossing in front and again behind, and allowing that to happen as well. And our last little motion, I think, is the most fun. We're gonna spin. I'm gonna put a warning that if you get dizzy very easily or nauseous or can't really handle circular motions, maybe sit this one out or go very slowly and listen to your body on this one. Really, please take care of yourselves. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna spin, and we're gonna let ourselves get dizzy, and we're gonna stop and regain our balance. It's a little difficult because I have a big light in front of me, so I get more disoriented. But we're gonna spin the other way and stop. And as soon as you get your bearings straight, then go back. Now, if you're a dancer out there, you might hear about spotting or might have an awareness of what spotting is, and we're not doing that. We're really trying to allow ourselves to get really, really dizzy. So let's spin one more time and stop. Don't fall down. And spin and stop. Perfect. Awesome. I hope that was a lot of fun for you. Let's regroup for a couple minutes, and then we can take a little bit of a break. So let's just take a couple breaths together. I'm gonna put one hand on my chest, one hand where I just feel extra tension is needed, and we're gonna breathe together. We're gonna breathe in and out, and in feel that blood circulating. Feel your heartbeat kind of slow down a little bit. It's gonna stay quick. And take one breath together again. Exhale. Okay, I'm gonna hit pause on this music. Now that we've warmed up a little bit, check your body. Check and see that everything's kind of warmed up. See what needs extra attention or care. You can always go back to any of these exercises at any time and just reintroduce a little bit of touch or motion or mobility to what you need for your body for right now. I did forget to mention at the beginning of this exercise that all of these can be done sitting down, and all of them can be done laying down. Really, it's finding touch, finding ways to get small and big, your head to tail connection, moving your upper body and your lower body separately. You can do that very easily in a chair. your left and right sides of your body, cross lateral motion. I know I'm going through this very, very quickly. And then spinning, which you can do laying down or just turning your head, allowing a little bit of just incoherency to happen. So these can be done almost always, which is what I really love about it, is that it's such an adaptive exercise. And because of the different ways you move, it can be as vigorous as you make it. It can raise your heart rate as much as you want. So we're gonna take a break now. Please get some water, get a snack, anything you need right now to take care of yourself. I'm going to go into a little bit more about what this workshop is going to look like, and you can just sit and listen and take care of yourself. So while you're on your break, I'm going to ask that you gather 3 to 5 items in your home. Doesn't matter what it is, it really doesn't. And something to write with and something to write on. So a pen and paper, or cardboard box and a marker. My old dance teacher would say lipstick and your hand. I don't know why she said that, but anything that you can write with. And 3 to 5 items. It can be really anything, any size. There's no preference. This can work with pretty much anything. I'm gonna pick a couple items myself. I do encourage you, if you have the ability to go outside and go on a walk and pick up a couple of things that interest you, that is also a really fun way to get site specific. So I'm gonna go, and the next time you see me, I will have 3 items. Okay, so I'm back. I have my objects, and I'm gonna put mine to the side right now. We don't need them immediately right now. So I was gonna talk a little bit first about space and architecture. This is about finding movement in your space, and I think that it's also important to acknowledge what we have around us physically. When you're outside, this can look a lot different depending on what's around you, and versus when you're inside. What I like about being inside is that you're kind of guaranteed your walls. So I have a corner here, a corner in that corner, and then where my wall hits my ceiling, and those kind of crevices. So I have guaranteed shapes in my space, which is indoors. You also see that I have the window, which is another square, and it's made up of 2 rectangles, but with my blinds, they make kind of 4 squares. So looking for little shapes like that, very simple shaped objects, is a really good way of paying attention to your environment. Because as dancers, I think a very common thing we do first is when we're choreographing, we try to find and make lines, we try to make shapes, we try to, focus really on that artistry and the aesthetics of dance. And it gets really hard to transition into these different shapes. So this is a movement study that I have been in love with for a very long time, and that I use all the time when I choreograph for myself, when I'm doing any sort of improvisational work, when I'm working in a classroom. If I ever get stuck, I really go back to these 3 principles all the time. So I want to begin a little bit and back up and start with a noticing activity. And we're gonna notice things within our own spaces. So what you notice will be different from what I notice. And I'm gonna ask you to take a look around your room and find anything red. And you don't have to search for anything, you don't have to go anywhere. Just look past your screen or turn your head and look around and just notice, you don't have to count, how many things around you are red. And I think you'll find that the longer you look, the more things kind of come up in surprising places. So we're just looking for red. Anything that's red, any object that's red or part of an object that could be red around us. And just notice what it is and maybe the function that it holds. And my next direction will be for you to find anything green. And just look around. And again, we're just noticing, we don't have to count. We don't have to really keep too much track of. Just look for anything in your space that's green, any shade of green, or you can look for specific shades of green and think about which shade of green you like more. And we're gonna look for one more color. And that color is purple. And we're just gonna look for something purple. I did this activity earlier today. I actually worked on this workshop earlier today, but my audio, it was really windy, so the audio was not great. And I was outside, and I found quite a number of things that were purple for being outside at a park. And I'm in my house now, and I don't own a lot of purple, but I am seeing quite a bit of purple. So I hope that you're noticing, or maybe you don't notice any purple at all, and that's absolutely okay. Let's just notice. And the last thing I want us to notice is something that's paper. And just look around and look for all the paper products in your home, in your environment, outside. For me personally, I have a huge stack of paper that I need to get to, and I'm not gonna think about it, I'm just gonna notice. Just noticing the function in the form of paper. I found some Kleenex, that's fun. So I really hope that you're finding these objects and just noticing. And now when we look at our room, and we're looking for shapes, can we notice any distinct shapes in our room, in our environment, wherever you're at? And try to look for those shapes. And just notice. So for me, I'm gonna notice what you can see on my screen. So I'm just gonna be looking at my camera, at what's behind me, and noticing the shapes that are kind of just behind me in this room. And you can look at the shapes in the room that I'm in and work with me, or you can look at the shapes in your own space. But just notice, just look, just see what's there architecturally. Maybe even the floor might have different shapes. I have a hardwood floor kind of vinyl, and it's little rectangular slats of wood, but then the wood has the circles of the grain. And I think those are some interesting shapes. You might have a blemish on your kitchen floor. You might have anything on your wall. These are all shapes around us. A line is a shape as well. And we're just noticing the different shapes. So, with that noticing, we're gonna pick a shape or an object or a region. I know those are all very different, but we're gonna pick an area and we are going to map it with our bodies. What does mapping mean? Mapping can be anything from drawing with your finger the shape to creating the shape with your body. So for the window behind me, if I'm thinking of the two outsides and the intersection here, or the two outsides and the one center, you can be thinking of function. My window slides up and down, so I could think of the two sides and how it slides up and down. could think of the blinds and the texture of the blinds, I kind of think of like when you go across them and you go da 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 da. You can go da 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 da, and create movement like that. It's really all up to you, and it's what that object inspires you. So because my window is the largest thing on the screen right now, I think I'm going to be personally working with that in creating movement. And I'm going to create movement with you, and you can follow along with me, or you can pick your own object in your own home and create your own movement based on that. But I'm just going to walk through and model what movement could look like for this window. So everything I do towards the camera will be regarding the window behind me. So I'm going to put on some music and we can do this together. Okay. Whew. So now that we've improv'd a little bit with just our one piece of architecture, we're gonna create just a small movement that encapsulates everything that we kind of improv. So with me, I think I did just a lot of up and down movements, a lot of my arms, since that's what can be seen on the screen. So I think for me, if I had a movement, it would be the windows closing, the blinds going down, and then opening. And that would be just the one movement. And that could be the beginning of a new choreography. It really could be absolutely anything that you make it. We're gonna let this piece go, this little architectural space, because it was really just an example of what it means to find movement in architecture. And it is always absolutely something you can go back to if you ever get stuck with anything we do today or anything we do with dance, is just finding a piece of architecture, for example, the couch with some pillows, right? And finding ways to mimic that movement, mimic the shape, or even the comfort that you feel. And that's really what I love about architectural movement and architectural gesturing, is that it is very abstract, but when you're watching something or looking at something, it is very specific to you as a creator, as you as a dancer, as you as a mover, as an artist, all of it. So that was a lot of talking. We're gonna go into our objects. And I found my outside objects and I found a couple inside objects. So I don't quite know exactly what I'm gonna use, but I think this was an interesting piece that I found from outside on my walk. It's a leaf. It looks like this. Very leaf-like, but pick your one object and we're going to take a long time to just look and notice what we see. I'm gonna get really close to the camera and kind of put my fingers up. And this is a great time, by the way, to have your pen and paper out because we will be writing some things down. So if you don't have that near you, please go get it. And I'm gonna start describing the sleeve to you, and you can have your object in front of you as well, and just do some noticing like I am. So I'm looking here at the sleeve. It's pretty long. It has some curves. It has a bit of an S curve and a little bit of a twist going in it. It's a little helical, and I think that's pretty cool. I didn't really notice that when I picked it up. It looks pretty chewed up all together. The leaf is red, and it has a reddish tint. If I hold it against the light, I can barely see through it, but it has these tiny like flecks of translucency, and I can see the veins of this leaf. It's a very rigid leaf. I feel like if I bent it, I could break it pretty easily. It would snap, definitely. And the coloring is this pinkish red. It's a lot redder when I hold it against the light. You can't really see it. Just trust me. And, but like far away, it does look pretty pink. And up close against the light, the stem and like this main mid veins, on the orange side, it's a little dark. And these outsides look a little burned. And I'm wondering if that's from an animal of some sort, like a bug, or if it's just from being outside and being stepped on and drying out. But it's like brown and yellowish. There's a little patch of gray here. And it has an interesting texture. It's very rough, very rigid, but you see lots of tiny little bumps. And the bumps are almost, they have a little black. And that's pretty cool. There's a little black specks in here. What else am I noticing? Ooh, do you hear that? ASMR. If you hate it, I'm so sorry. It's very rough sounding as well. So these are the things that I have noticed. I looked at color, I looked at texture, I looked at sound, I looked at translucency. It's a leaf, so it can only be made out of so many things. I kind of looked at material. And these are all examples of physical attributes that we can examine when looking at something. And when we're looking at something, we want to just really see it for what it is, right? When we're finding a physical attribute. So why don't you, at home, take your first object and write down a couple of physical attributes about your object. For me, I think I'd definitely talk about this curvature in the spine. I'd talk about how the spine's very thick and how overall it's rigid, and it has a very abnormal, wonky shape on the outside. So those are what I'd write. Oh, and I'd write that it's pink. Mostly. So these are the things that I would be writing down as notes for myself. So once you have a couple of things written down, and I'm just gonna keep my object in hand so I can see it, you can put your object down and look at your list again and kind of pick 2 attributes you want to focus on. So for me, I definitely want to talk about this curve. I definitely want to encapsulate this curve. And the other thing is color. I want to talk about this color. So, for me, I have shape and color, and for you, it can be anything you want from what you wrote down. So if I were writing all of this down, I would circle what I said about shape, it's curvy. And I would circle everything I said about color. It's pink, it's got some brown spotting, some grayish areas, all of that. And I would circle that. Going into movement again, we're gonna focus on one of those attributes. So mine, my first one is the shape. So it's that curvy little shape. And we're just going to explore what that shape means. So I'm gonna put music on again and be right back. So thinking about shape, I'm thinking about the curve and the curve down. I'm looking at the object too as I'm going. Kind of spirals. Maybe all of it. And back down. Maybe it goes up. Kind of like that. Okay, so I think I found a movement that fits my body pretty well and that I enjoy doing. Unfortunately, you can't see all of it in the screen and I'm wearing black, but it's kind of just this curve up and I'm turning my leg in as I'm curving up, and then you kind of undo it. So you go up and you undo. So that's gonna be, if you're following along with me, our first movement. If you want to practice this on your own with your own object, your first movement will be whatever feels good in your body and that you feel encapsulates what your aspect means to you. We're gonna move on to the second aspect. For me, that was color, and it's pinkish hue. And it's really hard to embody something as abstract as color. But we're gonna do it today, first of all, and I believe in you. But a really easy way of doing it is thinking about what emotions come up with that color, and it doesn't have to be tied to your object. For me, growing up, I hated the color pink, despised it in almost every way. And now as an adult, I enjoy it. But this doesn't look that pink to me. This kind of reminds me of like pottery clay, you know? It's a very pleasant shade actually. And this like weathered yellow coloring, grayish coloring, to me, I think looks more like raw clay or a finished pottery piece. And I think that fits in more with like the natural state of this leaf. When I think of pink, I also think of like, or at least this color, sandy. You know, a sandy little texture, which goes really well with the clay. I think I'm just on this clay train right now. Please bear with me. So let's think about pink and this clay texture that we've come up with ourselves and this narrative of a weathered pot that I have in my head for some reason. I think of moving the clay, moving the sand, gathering, molding. I really like I'm really going back to this idea of like working with my hands and having tension in my hands. So I think I'm gonna use that. And I think it's just gonna be a some sort of coming in and turning. Yeah, you can just do a step and turn it up. I think that is fantastic. Okay, so we have two movements now. We have our spiral up, spiral back, and then you step and you mold. And those are our two movements that we have for our first object, mine being the leaf, yours for whatever it is you're following with, whether it's with me or something in your own home. So our next object, we're gonna pick our second object. I'm gonna grab this. It's just a pillow, it's from my couch. I have multiple of these. And it is going to be a little bit more difficult of a quandary, but this is our final technique of finding movement in our space. And this is about emotional connection. How do we find emotional connection? Well, we are going to observe this object, and we're going to think about greater aspects of beyond kind of the physicality of the object. So as an example, and I'm going to walk us through this 2 times just to kind of clarify anything. I'm going to look at just this object, and it has these grooves, these folds. And I'm noticing as I'm putting my hands in the folds that they're a lot cooler in temperature. And I kind of think about like, oh, these are concealed parts of the pillow, and that's why they're cooler, you know, to the touch. And I kind of think about aspects of our personalities, I guess is where this is taking me. It gets very introspective very quickly. And how our concealed parts, our little folds in our personalities, can be a lot darker because we don't nurture them as much and like show them to others. So it's refreshing when those aspects kind of emerge in ourselves, when we allow ourselves to kind of unfold a little bit and allow touch to get in, and personal touch or emotional touch, however you want to see it. And how, for me personally, if I see a friend of mine opening up or a new side of them, it is refreshing to see that they're just as complicated, and you know, they have these wonderful qualities that not everyone gets to see. And I think that's really lovely, these hidden parts of ourselves, or even finding that in ourselves. So if I were going to write something down about this, I would probably just write cool and refreshing folds of personality or something like that. Just a short phrase to kind of go over my thought process. So that's one direction you could go. Another direction, for me, I would think about, this is a pillow. Hello, pillow. And I use it for comfort. It's a decorative pillow, so it also is just there to look good. But it's nice to squeeze, nice to hold. It's very soft and squishy. And for me personally, I mean, I think for a lot of people, there's something comfortable and comforting about softness and being able to hold and being able to squeeze onto things. And I think watching Netflix and Hulu at home by myself and just being comfortable and kind of taking care of myself when I'm on a pillow of any sort, or when you're sleeping at home in your bed, you also have a pillow, and that's a form of care to yourself and comfort. And I kind of think of in what ways am I always taking care of myself? You know, I surround myself with pillows. That other couch actually usually has pillows as well. And kind of noticing that that's a form of self-care. And surrounding myself with these objects is a form of self-care. So if I were to write something down, I'd write down, how did I care for myself today? Just as a question, how did I care for myself today? Because I think that's something that I don't think about enough. I don't think about the little ways that I choose to take care of myself, whether it be going to bed early, chilling on the couch, buying a bunch of pillows, all of that good stuff. So now we have our two kind of introspective questions or lines of thought, and you can do that with your own object. You could even think about color and what color means to you in a deeper level. But for now, I think I'm gonna stick with, how did I take care of myself today? And I'm gonna turn up the music. And this is gonna be a longer movement practice. I may cut some of the exploration down just for the sake of time, but please take all the time you need to explore your big question. And this is your emotional connection based on the object that you have. And if you ever lose track of where you're going during this improvisational time, you can go back to the physical shape of your object, the texture, the color, anything about your object, or you can look at your paper again and think about the question or the statement or the comment that you kind of came up with, and refresh your mind and reset your body. Because these are all tools to get us started in moving, but if we stray away from them, that is just as good. It's in fact great and wonderful. But if we get lost along that journey, we always have these fundamental things to bring us back and to pull us in to centering and grounding and focusing on one thing at a time before again expanding into our dynamic information flux of movement that kind of comes after. So I'm gonna turn up my music. I'm gonna think about how I took care of myself today. And we are just gonna dance for a little bit. kind of gone through a little bit of improvisational work, try to see if there were any images that were recurring to you, any feelings that were recurring to you, or any like physical motifs that were recurring to you. I think for me, I did a lot of kind of contracting movements with like little tiny body rolls. I can't do any jumping or turning or going on the floor in my apartment. I have people who live below me, so a lot of my movement was upper body based today, and kind of exploring that and being limited to that is a little different. I prefer to be outside and not in my apartment when I'm moving. But I felt a lot of tenderness when I would rub my arms or focus on my hands together. And to me, that felt very caring of myself. I thought of all the things I ate and kind of drank today that was nourishing to me. So I think if I had to pick a movement, it would be this grabbing to the body roll and just letting it all sink down, right? So again, it's this grabbing to your mouth and the body roll, just a small one, and just letting it sink down and really just feeling your arms to your belly. So that would be my movement. And that means we now have 3 movements, 4 if we include our architecture. So we have our twisting phrase, we have our colored phrase of the pink, and then we also have this eating and warmth phase. If you're following along with me, if you're working on your own thing, then you have your own set of movements, and you should have 3 of them. So it's going to be your 2 physical attribute gestures and your 1 emotional connection. So the moment we've all been waiting for, our final and 3rd object that I haven't really picked yet for me. I have this, I don't know what it is. If someone could tell me what it is later, I would really appreciate it. But I found it on a walk. I think it might have something living in it, but I hope not. It reminds me of like a little rattle. I found this on a walk I took with my family, and that was super fun. So what we're going to do with our 3rd and final object, it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to actually use all 3 of these techniques on our last object. So we're gonna do architectural awareness. We're gonna pick 2 physical attributes and 1 emotional connection. And I will walk through all of those things with you. But basically, we'll look at the architecture, so the basic shape. I think of kind of like a tree, up and then kind of out, but it goes to the side, so out, so up, and then out. Could be a movement for this, or you can think of just the little stars and just star, 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 star. It could be anything about just the pure shape of this object. I think for simplicity's sake, we can pick that as our gesture for architecture. So for your 3rd object, just very quickly, look at its shape, look at maybe some very straight out attributes, and create your own shape. And as you're doing that, we're gonna talk about physical attributes. So this is pretty heavy to me. It's thick, it's wood, it's rigid. If I bent it, it would definitely break, but it's very hard. It's very prickly, it's very spiny. I am going through this very quickly. You do not have to be this quick. It's really good to be thorough when doing this. It has a smell. I don't want to put it to my nose in case there's a bug, but there is a little bit of a piney smell. It's brown, but it has like areas of light brown and areas of dark brown. It has tiny little spider webs in it, so I don't want to look too close at it. Oof, my eyes. But you can look at it and get some inspiration. They have these divots inside of these bigger holes. I think they held seeds. They might be seed pods of some sort. And it's very rough, very coarse, and this is very prickly. I wonder what would happen if I smashed it. Probably explode. But these are some physical attributes, and we can make shape based on that. So I like the prickliness. I love texture. So for the prickles, I think of like a like a praying mantis. It's kind of silly, but I really think something like that could work. I'm gonna pick that as my movement, and we can do that movement together. Let's put our hands to the side and just kind of, like move your shoulders as we do like a little kick. And then I have this leg bent. I wish I wasn't wearing black pants for this. So sorry. Perfect. So now we have one physical attribute. For my second one, I want to pick the sturdiness. It does look like a weapon. I will say that. So with the sturdiness, I think of like being unmovable. So kind of low to the ground, trunk light, and just, I think this works. We're gonna do that just for the sake of time and fun, because I do want to spend a little bit more time on the emotional connection, because I know that is a piece that is a little bit more difficult to kind of wrap our heads around and to really think about. For me, if I do an emotional connection to something, I kind of have to think about it. It's not really an on-the-spot improv move I can pull out all the time, but it works really, really well if you're planning choreographic works. It does work for improv. I just find for me, myself, that I always need a little bit more practice, and it helps so much to write down my ideas as I'm going. So, I found this on a walk yesterday with my family, and it reminded me of a maraca, like a baby maraca. I forgot what they're called, but the thing that babies use for their development for sound and play. I thought it was really fun, and I was kind of just walking around like going like this on our walk, which was fun for me, maybe not for everybody else. And I know that this looks and feels like a weapon, but I really find that if you gave this to a baby, they would try to put it in their mouths and they'd find a lot of joy. And I kind of think of like finding joy in play with objects of utility. Obviously this is for a tree, for it to transfer seeds. And it's not, no one would think of it as a toy at first. And I think it was pretty interesting that the first thing I thought was, this is a toy. This is nature's toy for me. I'm gonna put on some music. I'm gonna explore a little bit this idea of playing and finding play with the unexpected, I guess. So you can please work on your emotional connection to your object or join me in movement with mine. I'm gonna put some music on once again. And I'm gonna try to put a little bit more time, but I also wanna give us time to unwrap and look at the pools of information that we've created together and hopefully put them together. So I hope you had a little bit of fun with that. I know I did at some point. I was just moving without my arms and my legs, and I thought that was a lot of fun. I wish I could like run around and spin and do a lot more with that, but we work with what we have, right? So I think for my emotional connection, I'm gonna think of just not having my arms and just tracing these circles, which to me kind of reminded me of like that like hazardous bulb. And I know you can't really see my feet. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, maybe that shows a little bit more, but I'm just moving my legs and moving my feet. Yeah, that's what clicked for me for joy and fun and all that stuff. So now for our last object, we have the architecture. We have the physical attributes, right? These, the spines and the and the rigidity. And then we also have our last attribute of these legs, of finding this joy in our movement. And I think that makes a lot of sense. This is a very leggy object, I guess. So, to recap, we have our architecture, we have our thorns for our physical, we also have our rigidity, or the stability, and then we have our little leg circles, playing with our legs for our emotional connection with play. So let's try if we can, to connect that to our first phrase and our first set of movements, which were where we had our object 1 and our object 2. So our object 1 was this turn, and then coming down, creating our pink pottery piece, right? And then we had our emotional connection to our pillow that I had, that's here. And that was with care, and that was just bring our arm, tiny body roll into care, and then we go straight up and over into our stick, and we go out into our little mantis, is what I'm gonna call it, and our stability, and then our legs, right? Those were the core movements. I'm gonna turn up the music so I can hear it a little better, and we're just going to run through it really quickly if that's okay with you. And we'll go through these movements together. So, starting with object 1. And that is our movement. You also, I hope, would have your own movement that you've created as well. And you can dance along with me. I'm gonna go through the movement I created with you one more time. And you can also follow along with your own movement. So that song was really slow, unfortunately, but thank you so much for joining me today. I know that I kind of ran through a lot of this information, and that's just due to time constraints. And it really is a lot to go through in just 1 hour with all of you. So please contact me, reach out to me on social media. Should be linked with All House Dance Collective. And let's just come together as we end and have a little bit of a mindfulness closure as we enter our next session, as we go throughout our day. And I really hope you enjoy the rest of Soul Fest. So let's come together and we'll take a couple deep breaths. Put your hands wherever you need them to be. And breathe in. And out. And in. Out. And out. Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much for joining me today during this workshop. It was a pleasure of mine to be here with you today and to be part of this festival. I really hope you enjoy, and I hope that maybe you took something away today that you will incorporate in the future in your dance making journey. Thank you so much, everybody. Bye.
Hi everyone, my name's Katie Meeks and I'll be teaching a contemporary dance class today. My class will consist of a short warm-up and a combo, and I'm really excited to share that with you guys. Since the festival is brought to you by All House Dance Collective as a free and accessible piece of entertainment, we ask that you donate what you can to the Artists Fund, and please share the festival all over your social media accounts, and also make sure you show your love to the artist after this one, because we've all put in a bunch of time to bring you this awesome, free and accessible festival. But yeah, I'm super excited to get dancing with you guys, so let's get started. We're gonna start with some jumping jacks. Alright, well, it's time to get going on the dance. I did want to let you guys know before we get started that I have flipped this video. So this will be my right hand and this will be my left hand, which will hopefully make it a little bit easier on you guys so you don't have to worry about flipping everything I say. So if I'm holding up my right hand, you should be able to totally mirror me. But yeah, that being said, if you still completely do the dance backwards and opposite of me, no big deal, don't stress, it works both ways. Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and get started. We are facing our left corner to start, and our feet are parallel, so let me get to that position. Cool, yeah, so I'm left corner, feet parallel, standing up super tall. I'm bringing my right arm in front on the first beat, and I'm making this like nice angle. So I go 1, 2, this is like a little like fin coming out of your back, and it's directly in the center of my back here. And the wrist is cocked outward here. So we're 1, 2. Both hands are gonna bend in on 3. I'm bending just the fingertips of my backhand in, and I'm bending the whole top hand. So we get to like this little bent position, and my head's coming in on that. And then it's opening back up, 4. So we went 1, 2, 3, 4. Hand comes down on 5, shoots out on 6, very like angular here. And then I'm wrapping the backhand along my back around my stomach to here, and you'll see when that comes in. And I'm bending my right leg, which is my front leg, and I'm pulling this arm behind me. So that all happens at the same time. So I'm here, boom, boom, I'm pulling here. So you can really take your time with that. You have, I think, like 3 or 4 counts in the music. But yeah, so it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, pull, pull, pull. Good. 6 different motions and then pull through. Yeah, I'm gonna add a tiny bit more. So we went da 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 da, boom, 2, 3. I think it's 3. Hands come together. I'm in this like really weird position. Sit however it feels comfortable on your body, but my like hips are cocked to the side and my knees totally bent here. Hands are together. And then I'm stepping back. Hands are coming back as straight as you can get them. It's hard with the hands together. And then they come out and they straighten all the way. And then I'm gonna soften into this position, which looks a lot better when we're doing it fast with the music, but basically my knees are like caving in and hands are really like floppy in front of me, so I'm here. Yeah, so we went da 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 da, hold, 2, 3, da, oh sorry, da 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 da, boom, and you're here. We're gonna do that one more time. So we went da 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 da, 1, 2, 3, da 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 da. And I kind of add like an extra little flair, which I really don't know how to explain, but I'm sort of like pulling from the shoulders to come into here rather than staying really upright. My shoulders are kind of down too. So yeah, if you want to add kind of a little extra thing to your upper body as you're pulling from here to here, go for it, because I'm also doing that. So yeah, we're here. Let's go ahead and do that with music so you can kind of hear the timing. It is a little bit faster than you expect, but the song's really fun and like a little creepy, so I think it's a fun one. It's gonna take me a moment to get it open. Hold on. Totally lost it. Give me 1 second. There it is.
We were playing in the sand.
Okay, so we're not gonna start right away.
And you found a little band. You told me you fell in love with it, hadn't gone
We're coming in
right
here, 5, 6, and
when you had to bid a two. Said you'd never love anew.
well.
I wondered if I.
So yeah, like I said, it's a little fast, really sharp. Da 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 da, boom. So like really moving through each one of those motions as sharp and as fast as you can. Let's do that one more time.
Gone as I planned.
Here we go.
When you had to bid a two. Said you'd never love anew.
Awesome.
I wondered if I.
Cool. And yeah, sometimes I even like bleed together the this. So if that happens, no big deal. Yeah, so let's keep going. So we did here, step, back, open, in. This part's really hard to explain, but it's fun once you get the hang of it. So only my left hand is going to actually move. This one stays kind of just like hanging right here. But both of my knees are going to move. So I'm here. Both knees come out, and my left hand kind of like flicks out with them. This part's really, what's the word I'm thinking of? It's like hanging, like everything's really hanging here. So you're out, and then you pull this hand in, and you're bringing your whole body this way. So you're here, you go, boom, boom. So the knee comes in, this one goes out and stays out, this one goes out in with the hand. So again, so you're here, you go boom, boom, then you're grabbing like an imaginary box basically, pulling it over to here, and I'm stepping my right leg in, I'm straightening my body up, and then there's a little like hit in the music, and you're gonna flick the hands down like you're shaking water off of your hands. So you were here, do, 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 hit. Do that a couple more times. So came here, 5, 6, 7, and do, 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 hit. Cool. Okay, so we went from, let's go from the beginning again. So we went 1, 2, 3, 4, and hold, 2, 3, da, 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 out and in, da, 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 hit. Cool. I'm like rebounding on the hands, so you shake the water off, but then they come back up and then they like set here across from your stomach, so they go boom, and they're here. Cool. I'm gonna keep going. Hands come in to your stomach from here, so you're back to holding this like imaginary box. They come in. They're gonna sort of like do a little wave, but this way around your body. So they're coming from your stomach. Your left side of your arms is coming out first to the right, and then the head looks over to your right elbow. So you were here, da 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 da, hit, in, da da, head. Cool. And this is all still on your left corner. A lot of that is facing left to start. So yeah, you went hit, in, da da, head. Right leg's gonna come up. I'm pretty sure the foot is flexed. Let me think about that. Yeah, foot is flexed. Nothing is really like super technical about this. Do this however feels good for you. But you are trying to make a kind of like nice shape with your body. So, excuse me. Okay, so we're here. Head's here. Arms are coming up here, and you're kind of trying to like keep this. It's hard to see because I'm at an angle here in my video, but keeping this like angular shape in both arms, and then your legs coming up with it. So you're here, both come up. I look more rounded, it's because my camera is kind of tilted up, but if you're looking at yourself like dead on in a mirror, make sure it's like really nice and angular. Cool, okay. So we did da 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 da. You come up to here, you're gonna scoop down, and I didn't sit all the way, but that's actually gonna sit all the way down into like a nice, really deep side lunge. And my heels flexing up, hands are coming from here to my hip. So they were at my hip, they came up, they come back to my hip. So I go boom, boom, I'm sitting all the way down. It's a lot smoother when you do it with music, I promise. And then this leg is going to scoop to the other one. And so I'm facing my left side pretty much completely. You might be a little bit on an angle, depending on how you sit. Yeah, my hands are still here ideally. Try to do all the leg work without using your hands for support, but please use your hands if you need them, don't hurt yourself. But yeah, you're here, and then I'll just finish this little phrase out. My elbow's gonna come down to my legs here, and my toes are gonna point, and I'm sort of like leaning over. And you have time to do that, so really like roll through your toes, roll through your upper body, rather than just like hit. So you go here, you roll down and you're in like this position, still super angular. But yeah, okay, let's stand up. We're gonna do it from those floppy hands. That was the word I was thinking of earlier, was floppy. Okay, so we're going out, in, step, and up, hit, and then they reset, in, da-da-da, head, up, and drop, in, down. Cool. And I even was a little sharp that time, so like, you have more time than you think you do for this part, so really roll through it. Yeah, let's do that one more time to get a good practice in, and then we will do it with music from the beginning. So we were at floppy hands, so we're here, knees bowed in, we go out, in, da, da, up, hit, in, da, 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 head, up, drop, down, melt. Cool. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and get our music going.
You fell in love with it, hadn't gone as I planned.
Ready? Here we go.
When you had to bid adieu, said you'd never love anew. I wondered if I could hold it and fall in love with it too.
Cool.
You told me to buy a pole.
So the rhythm of his voice kind of changes up from this part to this part. So you get a lot more like flowy and less sharp hitting every single word, if that makes sense. So this is all sharp, but then it's like everything bleeds together on that part. So let's do it one more time.
Found a little band. You told me you fell in love with it, hadn't gone as I planned.
5, 6, here we go.
When you had to bid adieu, said you'd never love anew. I wondered if I could hold it and fall in love with it too. You told me to buy a.
Alright, like I said, fast, but modify it however you need to be able to do it. Yeah, we're gonna keep going. So we're not on the ground for very long in this combo. Well, no, I take that back. We go on the ground later, but for right now, you're not on the ground for very long. So you get down there, and you're in this position. So you're here. I'm going to, this is totally up to your interpretation, however you want to do it. I'm just sort of gonna like blossom my arms out from this position, and I'm pulling my knees in. This is one of the more advanced things, but I'll give you a modification step. But you should definitely try it because they're super fun. Yeah, so you're here. I'm blossoming the arms like out and over, as whatever direction you want them to go in is fine. And then my knees are pulled in. I'm gonna do a jazz up, which just is you pushing your hips up into the air to stand. If you can, you want to try to get a bit of an arch, but you can do it without arching too much as well. It's all in pushing your hips initially at the beginning. And you can do this off of 2 hands, or you can do this off of 1 hand. So I'll show you both. So off of 1 hand, which some people find a little bit easier, you have this front hand come up with you. You push the hips up into the air, and you stand all the way up. So the arm's kind of like pulling you up. Some people find 2 hands easier. I like 2 hands more. So that's what I'm gonna do. So it's here. I opened, my hands are here, pushing the hips up. And that one kind of gives you more of an arch, I think. But yeah, so those are the 2 ways you can do the jazz up. A third way you can get up is super easy. You're here, you're here. You're just gonna cross this leg under to stand those feet up. So kind of get up however you need, but those are some options if you're not sure what to do. Yeah, so you're here, opened, jazz up. You're gonna be in this like neutral standing position facing totally to your left wall at this point. This is all not with lyrics, and then the lyrics come back in, and that's kind of your cue to do this next part. So you're here. I think it's the words "you told me that." So it's "you told me that." I might be wrong though. But the motion is upper body, torso, arms, twists. My feet stay where they are. And then I'm gonna bend my back leg, which is my left leg, into this like nice triangular position. And this leg's totally straight here, and my arms are here. So I was here, you told me that. It's nice and sharp. And then I'm pulling my front leg to my back leg. That's kind of important to be able to get footing for the next part. So you're here, told me that. You're pulling. I'm kind of like engaging from my left shoulder, honestly. So if I was facing you guys, I'd be here. That's looking at it from like a side view. And so I'm using this shoulder, which is my left shoulder, to pull the rest of my body in, which is kind of hard to see when I'm doing it this way. Boom, boom, pull my body in. My hands kind of just come clasped in front of me. This is another kind of like make it your own part, because it's really just a transition step into the next like more complicated thing. It's sort of a breather moment. So you're here, and then you're just gonna take a couple of steps. I usually go like right, left, and I start to let my hands come from the clasped hands to more just like relaxed next to each other on those steps. So I came up, do, boom, step, step, and then there's these three little like hits in the music. Hopefully you'll hear it when we try it. It's kind of hard to explain without the music, but I'm going to be jutting my arm out each time, and the way that I'm making it super sharp is I'm pushing my shoulder down with the hand. So I'm reaching out, 1, I'm like grabbing something, 2, I'm grabbing something. On 3, my hand is open, so it's 1, 2, 3. And I'm also kind of moving my head. You really just want to make this whole upper part of your body really sharp so that it accentuates the arms a little bit. Yeah, so on the third one, so I went 1, 2, 3. On the third one, my left hand is coming up to my side here, and this one's coming out, and this shoulder's up as high as I can get it. So to put that all together, we did here, boom, boom, pull it in, step, step, 1, 2, 3, I'm here. I'm dropping the left elbow, drop, and then my head is turning to the side. So it goes da, 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 da. That's sort of the timing. So we'll do that a couple more times. Ready, 5, 6, 7, and reach, 2, 3, da, da. Again, 5, 6, 7, and da, 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 da. Cool. That's sort of that part. I'm gonna add a tiny bit more because then we get into a different section of the music. So you did your little lean, this part's on the ground, arms open, you stand up, turn, drop, pull it in, step, step, and 1, 2, 3, da, da. You're here. Hands are gonna release. This is like a giant like growing step, so I really want you to kind of take a deep breath in and like grow as tall as you can with your arms on this part, and you'll hear this part in the music as well, and kind of get an idea of how long it will take you. So hands are coming up, and then there's like a ding in the music, and I'm gonna hit the wrist. It's like boom. So it's a fast hit and then a slow release with the wrist. So it's coming up, boom. And then as it slowly releases, I'm gonna start swirling the wrists in. This part's also sort of like however you want to interpret it and do it. It doesn't need to look exactly like mine. So they came up, hit, and then they're slowly rolling in. I'm kind of like rolling my whole body with it, and that can be however you want to do it. But the hands are coming down to sort of this open palm position, and I'm bent. Sometimes I pop my foot, sometimes I leave it down. So you can either just be in like this nice bent position here, or you can have a foot popped, whichever you prefer. Yeah, okay, so backing up, let's do it from all the way over here, so we can work through that floor part and then get all the way to the ding with the hands. So you were here, you reached up, and drop, and sit, and point, reach out, ooh, and up, and you're here. Let me scoot away a little bit from my counter there, and then I twist, drop, pull in, step, step, reach, 2, 3, da, da, up, hit, and a roll. And that's how you get there. Cool. We're gonna do that with music. Let me get that going.
You told me you fell in love with it,
Kind of mark from the beginning.
gone as I planned.
And here it is.
When you had to bid adieu, said you'd never love anew. I wondered if I could hold it and fall in love with it too. You told me to buy a pony, but all I wanted was you.
Yeah, it's a really like inflatable tube man-y type of part. So you're like really like slaying with it, getting it really big, hit, and then it collapses down. So really like just make that feel good for you. Doesn't need to look anything like mine. Yeah, let's do it one more time, but we'll just go from this part.
If I could hold it
or it's hard to catch when we come in.
You told me you fell in love with it, hadn't gone as
We'll
I
just mark it
planned.
from here. I think it's a little easier. Here we go.
When you had to bid adieu, said you'd never love anew. I wondered if I could hold it and fall in love with it too. You told me to buy a pony, but all I wanted was you.
I also definitely didn't say this, but this is something I'm noticing I'm doing. When I roll down, I'm letting my whole body hang, including my head. So that's again up to how you want to do it, but it kind of feels nice to like get all the way down here. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna keep going. We have a little floor section. It is not too complicated, it's more about the arms and like hitting beats. So this first part is kind of a little like rocking step on our heels. So you're really putting a lot of your trust into the balls of your feet and your heels. So you just got here. Your first one is the smallest one, and it's gonna progressively get bigger. And you're gonna rock forward, push your hips forward, hands back, and I'm all the way up on the balls of my feet. So if I was facing sideways, it's a little easier to kind of tell what I'm doing. I'm pushing my body like out here. It's gonna feel a little weird, just go with it. So we're here, we go out, and then you're rocking in all the way under your heels, and I'm like really sticking my butt out. So I'm here, here, and I'm like sticking my butt all the way out because that's gonna help me kind of explode into this last one. So I rolled down. I'm gonna do all three now. So boom, I'm going forward, back, forward, and that last one, I'm coming down to my knees. Now, I went down a little hard on that one because it was going a little fast. You can really control these, so especially if you're not on carpet like I am, you don't bang your knees into the ground, and that's just by really pushing your hips forward, so you land on your shin rather than your knee, and that sort of like takes in the impact a little better because it's a larger surface area. So really try not to land on your knees because you can hurt yourself. Make sure you land on your shins. Yeah, so we were here, we're rocking forward, back, I'm doing this kind of baby this time, and then forward. So see that one, I didn't land very hard at all. Cool. And you land kind of on your knees. I end up with my toes tucked just from the nature of the move before it, and then I just sort of tuck them down as soon as I can. Yeah, so I'm here. Cool. Right leg, right arm's going out here, and then my left hand's coming up, and that's all going together, so it's going boom, and you're hitting this position. My foot is turned in and it's flexed, and then I'm going to roll my bottom hand, my right hand, in, so my palm's facing up instead of down, and as I do that, I'm rolling the foot up, so I hit this position. So I scooped out, roll, I'm here. I'm gonna point the toe, and everything's sort of pointing in this direction with the hands, the toes pointing that way. So this palm's up, this one's out, and I'm hitting this position. So both of my wrists are bending, and then I'm pointing the toe. So boom, boom, it comes back. And then I'm scooping this hand in and pointing the toe one more time, but I'm also shifting my weight. So I'm kind of like, up until that point, all the way up on this leg's turned in, it comes up, we get through all that, and then as I'm actually shifting this hand pointing this toe for the last time, I'm sitting down into my hip. You can see that gap go away, and now this leg is starting to come out to my side, and it makes it easier to turn around into the next thing. So really like close that gap before you go into the next move so you don't bang your limbs around on the ground. Yeah, so we're here, we went boom, 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 sitting down, and then rolling to my stomach. So backing that up, we hit, we're here, we're rocking forward, in, forward, da-da, 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 boom, down. Cool, and then you're in this like just nice laying position, I'm lifting my head up because I'm trying to speak, but you should ideally have your nose into the ground here. Yeah, so nose is in the ground, but mine's not going to be while I teach. Yeah, and then hand comes around, and it's creating this nice circle starting from forward all the way out and around, and then it's scooping up. This is my right hand, just so you know, into this position. You're really trying to get it in as close to your elbow as you, or closing your elbow as much as you can to get a really nice straight line with your arm. So, boom, up. Hand flips, so my palm's facing back. It drops down, and then it's scooping out. And my other hand is just kind of tucked. I don't really care where you put the left hand. It's just sort of there to support you while you're doing the rest of this. So again, you're down, it scoops out, up, over, drop, down. And I'll do it once now with my nose totally in the ground so you can see what that should look like. So we came down, around, up, twist, down, out. You're there. Okay. Now I'm rolling onto my back towards the camera, so that's over my right side of my body. My left arm is gonna scoop down to my side. My right arm is still up here. And then as I start to sit up, we're almost done with this combo. As I start to sit up, my right arm is gonna trail down to meet me here. So let me back up a little so you can see me better. There. So we've hit this position. This hand trails down, and it's starting to sit up. Sort of like a nice little crunch to get your body to that position. But the position we're trying to hit is this arm's bent, it's your supporting arm, it's my left arm. Your feet are up, and then this arm's rounded, and you're looking up at the hand. So you're hitting this position, and you're coming out of that straight from totally laying flat. So you were here, arm comes down and around, we sit up. Then, this part's super hard for me to explain slow. So I'm gonna show you the arms, and then I'll show you the legs, and then I'll put it together. So, we were here, we're gonna scoop this back arm, which is on the ground, up, and then this one's coming in, and it's sort of until you have this triangle picture with your arms, and it's almost as if your arms were like this, but to the side. So this one's scooping up, this one's scooping down, and you're getting this position in the air. And then legs are a little bit harder for me to show, but I'll do my best. I might show them wrong though the first time. So we're here, they're up, and then I think they're just gonna kind of naturally mimic the arms. So this one sort of pushes down and up, and this one just pushes straight down the whole time. So it's sort of boom to that position. And my left leg is higher than my right leg, and like I said, it's kind of hard to show this if I'm not doing the whole thing. But so you're essentially gonna hit that position with your legs, this position with your arms, and then everything's gonna unwind and curl in. And I'm just gonna show that now, and hopefully it makes sense. But we're here, we come here, and then we unwind, roll it in. And I land with my hands on my stomach. I do that sort of fast. You'll hear it in the music, you have time to really roll out of it, but that's another kind of make it your own moment. Yeah, and you land laying on your stomach, laying on your back, hands on your stomach, looking up, and that is the end of the combo. So let's kind of backtrack a little bit, go over some of that new stuff we just went over, and then let's try that with music. So, we did, let's go from grab, grab, grab. I think that's probably a good spot. So we go grab, 2, 3, drop, head, melt it up, wrists go boom, they roll down, you're coming out, in, out, da-da, in, boom, boom, flip, down, out, da, 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 roll, arm down, bring it up, and twist, and drop. Cool. One more time like that, I think, just to kind of lock it in. And we'll back it up even more. So we'll go from here, here. So you just stood up. You went boom, boom, wind it in, step, step, reach, 2, 3, da-da. Up, hit, roll, and out. and then we'll try that with music. Perfect, okay. Cool, let's do that with music. I'm gonna start it all the way from the beginning so we have a second to breathe.
We were playing in the sand, and you found a little band.
Feel free to kind of move through the beginning part. Improv if you want. 6, here we go.
When you had to bid a tune, said you'd never love anew. I wondered if I could hold it and fall in love with it too. You told me to buy a pony, but all I wanted was you.
Awesome. All right, we're approaching kind of the end of class, but let's do that 2 or 3 more times. But good job. I really hope I get to see some of you guys actually do this, but thanks for watching this video if you did. Yeah, let's do it maybe 2 more times all the way through, and then we'll call it good.
You told me you fell in love with it, hadn't gone as I planned.
Ready, here we go.
When you had to bid a tune, said you'd never love anew. I wondered if I could hold it and fall in love with it too. You told me to buy a pony, but all I wanted was you.
Nice. Awesome, I hope that went well. Take a really quick breather. We're gonna do it one more time.
You told me you fell in love with it, hadn't gone as I planned.
Ready, here we go.
When you had to bid a tune, said you'd never love anew. I wondered if I could hold it and fall in love with it too. You told me to buy a pony, but all I wanted was you.
All right. Well, thank you, All House, for having me, and I hope you guys really enjoyed that combo. And yeah, thanks for tuning in. Bye.
Hi guys, a huge welcome to the Soulfest 2021 Art Festival. This is day one, full of dance. My name is Jason Young, and a huge welcome to the Multiplicity Story dance workshop with me. Now what we're going to do today is incredibly different because it's going to be a hybrid dance session where what we're watching right now is a pre-recorded session, and I will meet you probably 10 minutes later on the actual Zoom call where we will be continuing our task for today. Now the reason why I call it the Multiplicity Story is very simple. It's about challenging your mindset, your body in multiple ways, in diverse ways, and really trying to stretch your imagination or your consciousness. And the word that I always want to use for today and also my approach to dance is modes of attention. So once again, think about that, modes of attention, and what we're going to do is to think of a story. Yeah, think of a story that's really, really fascinating to you, and I'll explain to you as to why when we start this session in a very short bit. So the first thing we are going to do today is just relax. Yeah, and don't worry, we will be doing this step by step. So I just wanted to start with a very simple just relaxation of the body, in order to prepare you for what's to come next. So just relax your knees, and I want you to focus mostly on your joints. Yeah, so if you think about the joints within your body, they're mostly ankle joints, your knee joints, your hip joints, your shoulder joints, your wrist, and also your neck. So all these movements are focused around these regions, and just really feel them. You can do it at any extent. You can do it bigger, smaller, but really what you're trying to do is kind of like flow through them a little bit, just kind of relax a little bit, yeah? Now, why do I call it modes of attention? Because I want your attention right now. I mean, what I'm about to tell you is a little story of mine, yeah? So, as soon as I started, actually even before I came to the company right now in Slovakia, I noticed that I was doing something quite often because I was multitasking quite a lot in my journey as an artist. I was working on multiple projects, and I would come into class every morning, not every, but most of the time, having sort of a lot of things to do after the class. So that would really kind of preoccupy me. And what I found myself doing a lot was I was zoning out quite often. And I know I shouldn't be doing that because, it's like a mantra for dance, right? You have to be present and all that. But what I did was I started to study that experience a little bit deeper, and I soon found out that I could do equally well in a class when I was just zoning out but on autopilot. Now what I was actually trying to do was to challenge myself if I could train my body to move and to fulfill a certain assignment, even if my mind was not all the time, but intermittently, occasionally kind of zoning in and out of that setting. And what would happen was I was thinking of many things, maybe a coffee, maybe my projects, maybe my family, whatever, yeah? And I just wanted to make sure that that was not wrong, that it was not sinful to do so. I wouldn't tell my teacher that I was doing that. I wouldn't tell anyone. It was just more of an introspective process. So do the same thing right now. As I was talking to you already about the story, now is your turn to really kind of actively create some kind of story. And as you can see, the whole time that I'm speaking, I am still moving my joints. I'm still really relaxing. But now, as you're creating your story, as I'm guiding you through this little process, what I want you to do is to cancel out all these different movements that you're doing right now and just kind of come to a little halt, little stop. And let's focus on just one, maybe two joints, yeah? So let's go with one joint. I'm gonna start moving my right wrist. You can choose any joint that you want. And as I move my right wrist, I'm also slowly oiling, slowly mobilizing the opposite end of this particular joint. So that would be my left ankle, let's say. Yeah, it can be your left shoulder as well. So try to find an opposition. And as I'm doing this, and I'm speaking to you right now. I hope you're already sort of developing some kind of story, or you're just using what you see around you, maybe. Yeah? Think about coffee, think about your cat, dog, think about your parents, think about the trees outside, doesn't matter. But as much as you're listening to me, I also want you to actively think of these things, because we're trying to simulate a zoning out process. That is basically what we're trying to do, yeah? And don't be afraid of that, because ultimately what I want you to do is to take advantage of that. Really utilize those experiences. Now, as I'm still moving my wrist and my ankles, I'm going to increase the intensity to both of them. And I'm going to use just coffee as an example. So I was thinking about coffee as I come in to the session, and what I'm going to do is to really imagine what coffee is for you. So this is the first level of this workshop. We're just going to use the most basic characteristic of a coffee, let's say coffee bean, and for me it's like bitter, right? You smell it, it's a bit like bitter. And whatever way you want to interpret that, that is what it is for me. I'm not sure what your story is over there, but just use what you have in mind, right? So use the experience, the image, the memory, whatever you have in your mind, and try to imbue your movement with that kind of sensation. So for me, it's coffee. And I'm really trying to use that thing to mobilize my wrist and my ankle. Now, some funny way, I can almost smell that coffee bean. It's strange, but I can. And that's not the point. The point is I'm still kind of moving, and I know where I'm going with this, yeah? Suddenly, I already feel that because I've been moving so long, as I'm speaking, the intensity has actually grown a little bit. My knees are also moving right now. So you see, you get the point, yeah? It's really finding ways to go into autopilot in a way that your body is kind of moving, but at the same time, you have different sensations that you can also tap on. So this is basically it. Let's come to a close. Let's slow down the movement and now minimize the intensity. And what I want you to latch on before I go is that one image once again. For me, it's coffee. For you, I don't know. Now hold on to that movement, hold on to that sensation, hold on to that image. We're going to continue in the later session where I'll see you live. And just to give you a little heads up, we're just going to intensify every single thing that we have experienced in this particular half of the session. So, hey, thank you once again, and I'll see you very, very shortly after.
Hey, what's up, y'all? It's your boy Classic here, spelled with the K. About to give you the 411 about what flexing is, alright? So, flexing is a reggae dancehall based style that was created in Brooklyn, alright? Represent Brooklyn, represent flexing. That's how we do it, alright? So, it composed of several different elements in which make it abstract. We have pausing, we have gliding, we have connecting, we have hat tricks, we have bone breaking, we have get low, we have punchlines, and we have groovement. Alright? All of these elements makes flexing. Alright? Then our foundation is composed of broke up, alright, which stands for broken up. So anytime you see somebody like hit with their shoulder or break up into pieces, that's broke up. Okay? So I'm going to just give you guys just a quick tip lesson about what four corners is, which is the base of like how you get into flexing, and then I'm gonna show you a quick routine. All right, so real quick, one of the bases for flexing is what? Four corners. All right, so you have four corners, which is like a box. You want to go to your right, boom, see how my hands are? I like to have guns. You want to shift to the right, you want to shift down, you want to shift left, you want to shift up. Again, right, down, left, up. Okay? You don't want to be too forward, you don't want to be too back. You want to be comfortable. Okay? So, right, down, left, up. Again, right, down, left, up. Cool. Alright? You can even add your legs with it. Right, down, left, up. Right, down, left, up. Let's try that with music a little bit, alright? Let's do that. Okay, so that was pretty much a small example of what four corners is, alright? So you just basically go into each corner. The more dynamic, the more creative you make it, the better it will look, alright? So now, I'm going to show you guys a small routine in which you can be creative from. Whether you decide to use a move, that's totally up to you, But this is like a cool routine just to use. You can take pieces of it if you want, add it into your own style. So let's get it. Alright. So, first thing, right? We're going to use one of the four corners that we've been doing. Alright? We're going to shift to the right. Boom, right? You're going to have your leg turn out. Boom. So now you're in this position. Bing, right? You're going to do it again. You're going to shift to the right. Boom. Have your leg turn out. Bing. Right? Now next, we're going to have your head swivel. Bing. Now hit your shoulder. Boom. Bing. Go. Alright? Let's do that again. Shift. Boom. Have your leg swing out to this. Swivel your head. Boom, boom. Good. Next step, we're going to have, after you swivel and hit your shoulders, you want to swing your leg out to back to horse stance. Okay? So let's try that whole process again. 5, 6, 7, go. Swing. Boom. Bing. Bong. Bong. Boom. Okay? After we get there, we back here, horse stance. You want to take your hand, push it out, fingers here, close in, alright? Now you're going to take, if you have a hat, it definitely helps with this routine. So I advise you to get a hat so then you can learn the trick. Okay? So again, after here, after we do the shoulder, flip out, hand, boom, bing, right? Now, your other hand is gonna grab the top of your forehead, it's gonna come down, and automatically your hat is gonna go towards your forearm over here. Okay? Boom, boom. Let's do that again. So, you're coming from here, swivel out, bing, bang, boom, right? Next step, you want to have your fingers open here so you can bring your shoulder in, like this. Here, boom, okay? You're gonna do that twice. So, starting from the top, let's add that all in. We're gonna go here, boom, swivel your head, shoulder, boom, hand, arm, hand, head, boom, swivel in, boom, swivel in, alright? After you swivel in, you wanna add your feet, right? You're gonna slide, boom, slide, boom, okay? After you slide, 1, 2, you're gonna take your left hand, put it into your hat, swivel out, boom, right? Grab the hat with your right hand, right? Turn it out, okay? Look, you're gonna look this way, and push this way, alright? Let's try that again. So, you're right here. Your left hand goes into your, you want to do this inside the hat so you have more control. You want to go inside your hat, swivel around, bing, grab your hat with this hand, take it out, turn, push out. Okay? Now, the push out is with your knuckles. Here, you want to grab, throw out. So it's going this. Okay? That's how you get that slide. Cool. Now let's do the whole thing from the top, okay? 5, 6, 7, let's go. Lean, boom. Swivel your head, boom. Left, right, out. Boom, bing, grab your head, boom. Sprinkle, boom. Sprinkle, boom. Slide, slide. Left hand, boom. Grab, out, push. Okay? Now with music. Let's do this with music. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Alright, tune in to every workshop that I do. I'm gonna be starting to teach again. You can check me out at Classic Carella, KlassicCarella, on Instagram, or you can check out my web page, one of my vlogging pages at Keeping It Real with Classic. Alright, so thank you guys so much for joining me. Much peace and love.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Just to introduce myself, hi. If I haven't had you in a class before, or if you've never met, my name is Elsie Mays Brown. I am the founder of Art of Body, which is an online platform for dance and movement classes rooted in expression. And I'm super excited to have been invited to participate in All House Dance Collective Soulfest 2021. Yeah. I'm especially excited because today is one of my favorite holidays. If you're not familiar, June 19th is celebrated as Juneteenth in the US. Historically, it's celebrated as the day that Emancipation Day for enslaved Black people in the US. Historically, June 19th is the day that the Emancipation Proclamation was enacted in Texas, which was the final state to have been seized by the Union troops during the Civil War. So basically like the Independence Day for Black Americans. So yeah, it's just a super joyous day, lots of celebrating. And with that, I'm super pumped to be offering an Afro Roots class today. So we're going to be incorporating a lot of movement from throughout the African diaspora. I also have an awesome playlist that has a handful of my favorite musical artists from throughout the diaspora as well. So yeah, with that, today's class is going to go, we'll start with an isolation warm-up. I like to start most of my classes with an isolation warm-up just because it's great at getting those really deep inner layer of muscles warm and sort of helps us tap into our body awareness a little bit before we really start going. And then after our isolation warm-up, we'll hop into a groove. So that will basically just be free form. We follow a format for about 3 songs. And again, still just getting our bodies warm, warming up some of those bigger muscle groups. And then after that, we'll learn a quick combination. It's super fun. So let's hop into it. Turn this music up some. So we'll start our isolations with our head. Our pattern will be 4 slow, 2 triples, so quick, double up, 4 corners, and then circles. And we'll do that with our head, our shoulders, our chest and rib cage, and our 5, 6, looking up, and down, 3, and 4, and quick, pulse, and quick, pulse, looking to the side, 4, 2, 3, and 4, and quick, pulse, again, quick, pulse, looking up, side, down, side, that again, 4 corners, to the side, up to the circle, other way, 4 corners, down, and side, lifting up, and side, and down, and side, circling twice, nice and slow. Yesterday. Nice. And our shoulders next, starting up and down, 5, 6, 7, shrug, up, and down, 2, and go quick, pulse, and quick, pulse, and the shoulders forward and back, 3, and quick, pulse, and quick, pulse, go up, forward, 4 corners, up, back, down, forward, up, back, down, and forward, switch directions, down, soft here, and quick, quick, and pull, and quick, quick, and pull, side to side, 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 3, 4, and quick, quick, pull, quick, quick, pull, 4 corners, front, side, back, side, front, side, back, side, and switch direction. Back, side, go back, and circle around, up, switch directions. Nice. Shake it out. So we're gonna hop straight into our grooves. Again, the goal here is just to keep warming up our body. We really want to get our big muscle groups warmed up. We want to get our blood moving, but we also want to get those creative juices flowing. So even if you're not following me exactly move for move, that's okay. Really the goal is to just keep it moving. Yeah. Go ahead and grab some water real quick if you need to. We're going to be moving for about 3 songs. I'll go ahead and grab some myself. Go.
I think I need a little wiggle room to move my body and to go to Zoom.
Back.
And so they think you don't know, I'll say you know, I'll say you know. You think I need a wiggle room to move my body, go to Zoom. I go to space and then you go to Wi-Fi. I think I got it.
Now shoulders in.
And when the matter let it go to fire. And when the matter let it go to fire. And when the matter let it go to fire. And when the matter let it go to fire.
We're gonna step, scoot, front, go back, front, scoot, front, go back, front.
And then the way it goes.
Keep going.
And the way it goes.
Front, scoot.
And then the way it goes. And then the way it goes. And then the way it goes. And then the way it goes.
Second.
I need a little wiggle room
And throw.
to move my body to go to Zoom.
Push down.
So they think you don't know, I'll say you know, I'll say you
Let's do it again. Throw.
Doing tricks, noise breaking on his hand, playing tech deck like a little skateboard. Take me to a skate park, let me show my moves. I can ollie, I can do a 180. Take me to the streets and I'll show you I'm ready. I'll wear a hot dress tonight and I'm gonna look tight 'cause the boys alright, yeah. The boys all in the room, yeah. Shake your body, get into the groove, yeah. 'Cause in the room.
Back to the beginning. Shoulders and hips. Nice and slow.
And when the matcha lit, it goes on. 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 And when the matcha lit, it goes on.
And then it's 2 of 3.
Can't ball in a life, man.
Just keep moving.
Go on with it, but go on with it.
Are you kidding me?
Ghost, yeah.
One.
So we are coming with a force, yeah. Blessings we are reap and we coursing on full. Oh, we no rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks that we need it the most. We have to give thanks that we really
supposed to be thankful. Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings, the task, the plus. Gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast for the friends that take off the bill road. One time did sit down in a class and we both dead. Only said the road and me go on with the road. Third form, me say me try a thing. And you know it formed out to be a fire thing. Now up on stage with chronic, say I sing, yeah. See me all diggy soon, get the higher ring. Like hello, brother, me say I just shot ya. Saw you post the spectacular photo. Keep it burning, yes, that's the motto. If me the butter pass through your soul to get back in a life, man. Me have to thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. And gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall, I'm right on. But I toast to the friends who take off the bill road. One time big sit down in a class and we pour then only said the road and we go on with it, go on with it. So our blessings upon me. And let me tell them a story. That's how our blessings upon me. That's how I be to give him the glory. I'm delighted. Jah knows I'm a passion ignited. Now the music got me excited. Blessings all over my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. Gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast for the friends who take off the bill road. One time did sit down in a class and we both dead. Only said the road and me go on with the road. Toast. Yeah. So in the rise and post. Yeah, we give thanks. Yeah, we give thanks that we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. Gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast for the friends who take off the bill road. One time did sit down in a class and we both dead. Only said the road and me go on with the road. Toast. Yeah.
Nice. Got my blood moving. Got some oxygen flowing. Got some creative juices flowing. It's gonna be our last group.
One love until the planet Earth sees. The atmosphere quits, or the asteroid hits, or the nuclear war starts over random turf beefs, and the bombs fall on us like autumn's first leaves. Cause when it's going down and people go underground, hope I'm posted on land on the sandy surf beach with the comfy ass chair. A meal I could share, and my deuces chunked up in the air for world peace. Hold on. You ain't gotta light a white candle if my heart seizes up from a drug I can't handle, or gets hit with one slug from out the handle. Pro peace. Just tell them girls they one was the third piece. Okay, I be at the mom and pop Burma noodle shop, eating rare foods that you never heard or knew about. Anyway, I'm trying to learn and do a lot, so I gotta get on. You shouldn't be concerned what I do or not. It's like to each his own. Anybody treat your own, put them on blast like they ass on the speakerphone. I'm speaking on wax, throw the speakers on. Back to back, and through all the tracks, throw your speakers on. You cannot think for yourself. I got 50 fans, get the dough. Don't let yourself swing for the wealth. If you only think about yourself, don't think again. What's the that I smell? Now niggas think again. I'm sitting on the brink to win. They say keep your eyes on the prize. Since then I never blinked again. Get the Visine. They be talking shit, but I be having dental hygiene. Clearing up my mood as if I had my mental dry clean. Still be fighting. Right, Spike Lee, how we living life. You're right, me. Like Christmas, cause me. Looking like Christmas, cause me. scared cause we fed up. Working for another man's bread till we dead is the setup. So we switching up the plan. Take a stand, get your head up out the clouds now before it gets stormy. This is for my hip hop dreamers with heat rocks before me. Let's make a beatbox or a Reeboks before me. You living on the edge of you drowning shit. I was slipping through cracks. You took my only wedge to get out. And now I use the sledgehammer with please lock the doors. Last year they told me to please mop the floors, wipe the windows on the fridge and restock the 40s. Now I'm trying to sort through 3 flocks of shorties. Probably see me walking all around in your college town in the morning trying to get my wallet out the lost and found. She get crazy.
I know I got mine burning a little bit.
Got it on deck like Christmas calls and a touch screen looking like 6 missed calls. Can I get up?
Down. Start hopping into choreo. Chemistry.
Gotta light a white candle if my heart seizes up from a drug I can't handle. Or just hit with one slug from out the handle. Pro peace. Tell the world they want was the third beast.
Bend those knees and straighten. Bend those knees and straighten. Bend those knees and roll all the way up nice and slow, vertebrae by vertebrae. Beautiful, beautiful. Whew. So I'm gonna go ahead.
If the people realize that life is more than just working for the next man.
Choreo play.
And pension.
And you can grab some water.
Working is good.
Towel off real quick. Whatever you gotta do, keep stretching. I'm gonna grab some water.
Suzuki no be ching, JT no be looking. You know me, I know the pretend that from start to the week to the weekend. I know they have for corner. Footwork like power. If you get to my dun, me, I want to get to your dun. Like chick don't run with lion, snake don't swing with monkey. I can't talk for too long. Got you man go to try on. Chick don't run with lion, snake don't swing with monkey. I can't talk for too long. Got too much go to try on. Jealousy, don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy, don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy, don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy, don't you come for me?
Just getting this rhythm in your head, right? So I think most of the movement in this choreography we counted in 3. I don't want to tell the story, but I'm pretty sure.
Chick don't run with lion, snake don't swim with monkey. I can't talk for too long. Got too much go to try on.
It'll be a lot easier, I think, to pick up on the rhythm if you just listen to it.
Got too much go to try on. Don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy, don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy, don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy, don't you come for me?
I'm gonna go ahead and stop this. And we'll go through the movement a little bit before we try to add music to it. So, great, we're doing great on time. That fan feels amazing. So we're gonna start, and most of these movements we worked into our group, so nothing really new here. We're gonna start, feet are gonna go step forward, this is my right foot, step right, step back, bop, step right, step back, step forward, left, right, left. Yeah. Our arms are doing throw, circle, hit. So the arms and feet together. Throw, circle, hit, hit, hit. It's kind of fast though, so ba, da, 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 da. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm going to step forward on my right leg, which is my back leg, and simultaneously do like a rond de jambe with my left. Yeah, my feet were cut off a little bit there, but basically my back leg is scooting forward and pushing that front leg out for a rond de jambe. Yeah, and that rond de jambe is going to take me straight into a pas de bourrée. So without worrying about arms right now, it's just left, right, left, scooch it, pas de bourrée, and then step to bring them together. If you're not familiar with the pas de bourrée, which I know most of us probably are, as dancers, like no matter what genre you're in, you're going to have a pas de bourrée, right? But just on the off chance that you don't know what a pas de bourrée is, the only thing that you really need to know is back, side, front. So as that foot comes around, it's circling around, I'm stepping back, stepping side, stepping front. In 3 steps. 4th step, I'm bringing my feet together about hip width apart. So the counts for that are 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, and 7, and 8, I think. Let me play it with the music real quick just so I can make sure I'm not giving you the wrong counts. It's 1, so you have it even a little bit more time. Count it again just to make sure.
If you get the mic, don't me, I want to get your done, like that.
2,
Don't
3,
run away,
4,
lion.
5.
Snake don't swim with me. I can't talk for too long. Got too much go to try on.
Okay. I did tell a little bit of the story. So instead of a step, instead of stepping together, we just did our rond de jambe, 5 and 6, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I'm doing like a little bit of a chasse-ish, I guess you could call it. It's a chug, and I'm chugging, I'm facing forward just so you can see, but I'm chugging to the side, and I'm chugging starting with that, this is my right foot. So, ba, 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 ba. I'm doing that 4 times. My arms, the first 2 times are just kind of swinging here. My hands are in fists, and I'm adding a bit of a pelvic thrust. So, boom, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. The 3rd and 4th time, my hands are still in fists, but I'm doing chest and hip circle. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah. Let's do that from the top with counts, a little bit slow down, and then we'll try it a little bit faster, and then we'll do it with music. Cool, cool, cool. And you can always ask questions in the chat. You know, play around with it, make it your own, whatever you gotta do. So, yes, from the top. 5, 6, stepping on our right and throw, circle, hit, hit. 5, 6, 7, and 8, and 1, 2, 3, 4, circle, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Let's do it one more time, that speed. And then we'll pick up the tempo a little bit. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 5, 6, 7, and 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, and circle. and circle. Yeah. Yeah. Great. Doing good on time. This is a pretty short combination. I think it's only 5 or so 8 counts, so we're almost halfway through it as it is. And again, if you've never taken class with me, you should know that I am definitely not about precision or like technicality or like, that's not, I mean, obviously like I'm very chill. So it's more about your expression, moving your body and interpreting the music through your own lens, through the lens of your own experience. And I think particularly with African diasporic movement, it's all about waking up the hips and really waking up the spine as well, and really allowing that freedom of movement to just like let your body do what it wants to do. This is all very natural movement and all very grounded, rooted movement. And yeah, I'm super grateful to have found this art form myself and super excited to be sharing it with you all. Okay, so off my soapbox now, let's try that a little bit faster but still with counts, and then we'll try with music. 5, 6, 7, go. 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and 1, 2, and 3, 4, circle, and circle. Nice. That speed again, just with counts, and then we'll try with music. 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, powder blue, right, and 1, and thrust, and circle, and circle. Yes. Let's try that with music.
Suzuki no be Jinjang, JT no be Lukang. You know me, another pretender. From start to the weekend. I know they have for corner. Footwork like power. If you get the mic, don't me. I want to get the hot dog.
8 and 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and circle. Try it again. 5, 6, and 5, circle. Back, and thrust. One more time, breathe in. 5, 6, 7, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1, thrust, and circle, Amazing. Yeah, so, of course, if you have any questions, you can drop them in the chat. I'll try to answer them as best as I can. This is pre-recorded, if you didn't know. So, I'm here, but I'm not doing this live. And so, yes, drop questions in the chat, and I will answer them as best I can. Okay, let's keep it moving though. So we just did 7, 8. Our feet are gonna cross. Boom, boom, boom. So starting with crisscross, criss, unwind. Starting with our left foot in front. So cross, uncross, cross. Now my right foot is in front and I'm gonna unwind. Yeah. My arms are just doing this very like celebratory, like, yes, we got it. We're doing it. We got it. Yes. It's pump, 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 and criss, cross, criss, unwind. Our counts. Dun, And 1, 2, and 3, 4, and 5, 6, and 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're immediately going to go stepping back onto that right foot, doing a bop. If you're not familiar with the bop, it's a very common social dance where you're just taking little steps. My knees are very soft, but you're opening at the hips for every step you take. Boom, 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 bop. So we're gonna bop moving backwards for 4 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's a double. So it's really, it goes right, left, right, right. And I'm just letting my arms kind of swing naturally there. I don't want to place arms on you because I just don't. So whatever your arms do there naturally, whatever makes you really like feel the movement, that's exactly what you should do. So we just did, and 1, 2, and 3, 4, and 5, 6, and 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go back. 6, 7, 8. That's right, left, right, right. To then go forward, right, left, right, left. I'm now facing the left side of my room. Yeah. So let's go from the crisscross, on 1, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go back. 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. When I'm going forward, it's a big run. The weight of my upper body is forward a little bit, and I'm just doing opposite arm as like 1, 2, 3, back. So 3 runs forward, and then a step back. Yeah. Okay. Try that from the top with music. I think that sounds good. Making great time. Try that again. 5, 6, 7, go. One hand back. Forward. Sorry, I was making sure we were going next. So we just did. Go forward. 1, 2, 3, back. I'm going to, again, with that same pattern, I think. 1, 2, no, it's a triplet, with a pulse at the end, ish. So, same pattern that, we've been using. I'm gonna go forward, just my feet, forward, back, forward, forward. And I'm not necessarily moving anywhere. If you have more space than I do, like, take up all of it, like, take as big a steps as you want. I'm mostly staying underneath myself. And my arms here I'm rotating through my spine. Here, here, here. So it'll go, boop, 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 boop. Go forward, back, forward, forward. Ba, 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 ba. Stepping. Sorry, I actually lied. Nope, sorry. I didn't lie. I was right. Forward, back, forward, forward. I'm going to step forward onto that way forward. So really to the side with my front leg, my right leg. And I'm going to do an undulation, starting with my sacrum. So tilting that pelvis up, doing your undulation very safely, starting with a pelvic tilt, and then dropping it to neutral, and then let's see if you can see my pelvis a little better. So starting with the pelvic tilt backwards, and then dropping through neutral to a forward pelvis tilt, and just letting that momentum travel all the way through your spine. Yeah. So it's a slow, tilt, tilt, slow. Yeah? So let's just drill that just a little bit. So putting your right foot in front, starting with tilt, 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 follow through. Slow, slow, tilt, tilt, follow through. Slow, slow, tilt, tilt, follow through. Yeah. So that was starting from, we just did pop, go forward, 2, 3, back, forward, forward, tilt, 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 and using that right leg, I'm going to move back, 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 back. What I'm doing, I'm keeping my legs relatively straight but not locked, and I'm going to push off of my feet and allow that to bring my whole hip up. Yeah. So push off, off, then the left leg off, off, and then 4 times on the right, back, 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 back. Allow it to pivot you till you face forward. And still, the arms are pretty loose here. I'm not necessarily going to set anything, but however the music moves you, and however the movement of your lower body, of your pelvis, and of your spine moves your arms naturally is exactly what you should do. So again, from running forward, we just went front, 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 back, forward, and tilt, boom, boom, back, 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 back. So I'm kind of swinging my arms in opposition, I guess. Back, 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 back. Let's see what time I have. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up because we're almost super close to being done with this combination. As we go back, 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 back. That last time that your foot touches down with those hip lifts is going to take you into lateral sort of hip circles. So rather than moving your hips in a horizontal plane, you're moving them in a vertical plane, if that makes sense. So this circle, not this circle. And your arms are just drilling for that. So from here, forward, back, forward, forward, tilt, 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 and back, 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 back. 2, 3, 4, circle. 2, 3, 4. Nice. Take a second to see if there are any questions in the chat. Again, I won't answer it out loud here because this is pre-recorded, but if there's a question, I'm gonna be all up in that chat like that. Okay. I hope that was enough time for future me to answer questions. And let's try that with music.
for too long. Got too much go to try on. She gon' run with lion. Snake gon' swing with monkey. I can't talk for too long. Got too much go to try on. Don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy. Don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy. Don't you jealous me?
You got some.
That's that jealousy.
And
Come for me.
and tilt. Alright, let's try that again, and I will maybe remember this time. 5, 6, 7, 8. Great hand press. One hand
Don't run with lion. Snake don't swing with monkey. I can't talk for too long. Got too much go to try on. She gon' run with lion. Snake don't swing with monkey. I can't talk for too long. Got too much go to try on. Jealousy. Don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy.
Let's do that again. Music. That's
Don't you jealous me?
I believe that's all we're gonna learn for today. There was a little bit more, but I would rather just practice what we have, and then do a little bit of a cool down, and then maybe you'll have a little bit of time for the next session. I don't actually know.
For too long, got too much go to try on. She gon' run with lion. Snake gon' swing with monkey. I can't talk for too long. Got too much go to try on. Don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy. Don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy. Don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy. Don't you come for me?
Bring it down to the ground. Super grateful that y'all joining today. We're gonna do a class. You know what your team was. And yeah, I hope you also enjoy the rest.
Good vibration.
Don't forget to
that's the positive version we creating. Sounds that make you feel right, we keep it blazing. Forever shining this light, we keep it blazing. Boy, forever shining this light. Hey, thank the Lord, my cup is full and running over. All who never like we, I got love we know. Yeah, Baby girl just text me, says she coming home. And when she reach it, want me to turn off the phone. Turn the lights down low, turn up the stereo. Alternelli's Gregory, eyes at Dennis Brown. Have you ever been in love? Now bad vibes can't stop this good vibration. That's the positive vibes we keep creating. Sounds that make you feel right, we keep it blazing. As long as we live in this life, we keep it blazing. As long as we live in this life, ain't nothing wrong with melodies that touch your soul. They're acting like